Hello, all. It is I. Let's bring people on stage. Hello, all.
Hello, we lost Lactoid.
No. uh,
Darn, better luck next time.
yeah. I take this as a surrender. So, here he is. Nope, that's actually someone else. But hello. Yep, there he is. Hello, gentlemen. Hope you're all
Good
doing
evening.
well. Good evening.
I have a
Yeah.
question.
Jay?
I was going to have maybe a quick question.
Sure.
And obviously, the chances of this happening depends on how gender neutral your first name is. But would you ever date or marry someone with the first name as you? Uh, I ask because for whatever reason, an algorithm, whatever, suggested a podcast to me. Okay, it's the podcast of Taylor Lautner, who played Jacob in Twilight. Turns out, his wife, his name is Taylor. She took his last name, and so he's married to Taylor Lautner.
What if it calls her Tay Tay just to make things less awkward when they're
probably
in the
calls her
bedroom,
Tay Tay, actually.
I can't prove that this is narcissism, but I have a sneaking suspicion. You know what I mean? Like, like I feel like Detective Doak's like, you know, like, something suspicious that you want to be married to yourself.
But then she changed. She took his last name.
Yeah, I mean,
it wouldn't matter because if he took her last name, then she would be married to herself.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know where the narcissism begins or ends.
Yeah. I mean, that is just unlikely to happen to me. I have an ultra.
But I have a gender neutral name,
I have an ultra masculine first name, so
hyper masculine.
Hyper masculine, I think. It's probably the term, the proper nomenclature for that. So unlikely to happen to me. But maybe Lactoid. Hey Lactoid.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me okay?
Hey friend, what's up?
What's up?
Yeah, well, what's your answer to this question?
Yeah, I think I'd probably date a girl of any name, assuming that she's attractive enough and how do I phrase this?
Would you want her to take your last name?
The watch comes with all original parts, let's say. Maybe no aftermarket pieces installed.
Yeah.
So no plastic surgery whatsoever at all.
Probably. I mean, unless there was some kind of like horrific accident, I might tolerate that.
Yeah. You might.
I'm saying, look, I'm just saying that, like,
you got to revise the original parts there.
Yeah. The XX is potentially required, or is required, I would say.
Okay, hold on. But we all know. So maybe Alex doesn't know this, but the rest of us should know that Lactoid pushes, and something actually I've sort of adopted here. Okay, right? He talks about how marriage, right? The marriage contract should be long and specific, right? And have like an endless number of clauses. What a surprise! The lawyer decided to do that. But he, I guess, within that, within this marriage contract, he'd put then no plastic surgery, which gives him an out, right? If she does go through a horrific accident, then he does a calculation.
No, there can be like
a stipulation, right?
I'm trying to I don't know what Twitch's policy on this, but I think I should be pretty clear what I'm saying. Like, the name doesn't matter as long as
you're talking about not trans. I got it. Yeah, sure.
I didn't say it.
Like, okay, sure.
Somehow he got even more like a lawyer as time went on. I didn't say it. You said it.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so that's the only thing you're concerned about. So then, okay. So maybe we were misinterpreting this before. Okay, so that's not what you meant previously. Not in terms of their plastics, like ordinary plastic surgery. Meaning, right? You wouldn't mind if she enhanced her boobs or whatever?
No. I take that into consideration as well, for sure.
Okay.
Like
Into
if I,
consideration, but not a deal breaker though, potentially.
it depend potential. Again, it would really depend on the circumstances. Like, I don't know if I could date somebody who, like, went through extensive optional kind of plastic surgery, because
Mm.
with the cheeks and the fillers and all that. I think that just doesn't attract me, and also I think the kind of personality that would do that might not attract me as well.
Mm.
But again, like, I can imagine, let's say, oh, I had cancer and had to get my left breast removed. I'm probably going to be pretty accommodating for a scenario like that.
What about after marriage or whatnot? Is that?
I would
Would you
still,
like
yeah,
to-
I would still be accommodating, right? Like if I would be able to put myself.
No, but
in
like,
that
would you
position.
divorce if they opted to like, well, I changed my mind 20 years down the line. I want.
Yeah, again, if
a
it's
boob
entirely like yeah, I want to get giant lip fillers and look like a duck. Yeah, I think that'd be a no-go.
No. Let's not push giant. No. Well, we have an idea. In our
Mutated
minds,
lips
right?
that are inhuman that you never.
Yeah. We got an
Bro,
idea in
like,
our minds. Like,
The lip filler thing is out of fucking control. Like there's
I've
so
never
many
seen it look
attractive
good.
girls. There's so many attractive girls where it's like, man, like if you just hadn't ruined your lips, like this is just silly looking. Like it's like they're all I will say the things Lactoid is afraid to say. It is as if Hollywood and so many attractive women have been psyoped into some way of all trying to look like hot trans girls instead of just looking like fucking girls. They get the buccal fat removal, they get the lip filler. It's like it's all the girls are going through female facialization surgery, and it's like you didn't need that. You were already cute, and now you look off. I'm not saying you look ugly, right? Like a lot of times they look fine, but they just look off. Like there's an uncanny valley where you no longer
Uncanny
look
valley.
like
Yeah, that's
right.
the word
Like
I
you
was
no
thinking,
longer
yeah.
look like you like the way
something
you were
wrong.
made. There's not like there's character missing from your face.
Like
there's
a dream
there's
face,
something
like
missing.
something's off.
Yeah,
It doesn't really
yeah,
quite look
and
right.
it's like, and it's just
Isn't that
it's
the
like
case
it's
with
no
all-
no bueno.
Yeah,
Isn't that the case with all plastic surgery though? Doesn't it almost
of it.
always look off?
yeah, most of it. But if it's
I
reconstructive,
think
no one thing.
No,
if it's
I think-
reconstructive,
I
I'm
think-
more open to it.
I think certain rhinoplasties and things like that for girls that had like, fucking big schnozzes and they get a little bit shaved down, I think it often looks better, right? And there are levels to it, obviously. Like some surgeons are really good, some are really bad. Like some of them look
Yeah.
pretty natural. But I mean, like, but like you have like a giant insecurity about a thing. Like I don't really give a fuck if you want to look better in that regard. And if it improves you, and you like it better, I probably like you liking it better. Like I don't really care. But there is this like race towards like this need to constantly improve that is pathological. And very often you're seeing things that are seen now as like minor changes that just don't look better, but they look better to
Yeah.
women for other women, and they don't look better to men.
How much
So-
of part do you think like AI and CGI kind of stuff has to play into that? Like this ideal.
I think what you're actually
Like
pushing
filters
toward
and
is
shit
like
too,
yeah, Instagram filters. That would be what you're talking about. And I think that actually plays a lot. Actually, I'm positive it plays a lot into that because we have instances of like women, plenty of instances of women like going to their surgeon, right, with pictures of them on Instagram using a filter, right, and say like, hey, they maybe like this, this is like a huge thing, and not just in America.
Sometimes it fucking works out great. Like look at before and after pictures of Lindsay Lohan, right? Like Lindsay Lohan used to be an icon of beauty, then got hardcore into drugs, aged, looked fucked up, and then she got one of those like complete facial reconstructive things where they like do like 4 or 5 surgeries in one, and like I'm gonna be real with you, she looks a lot better. Right? She still looks a little off, there is like an uncanny valley thing and like certain angles it looks weird, right? And I still am like predominantly against it, but like, yeah, it's a roll of the dice. You know what I mean? Sometimes you do end up looking better, but I think more and more it is about, so much of female psychology is reputation management and so much of it is female centric. And so there's a disconnect between what it is that men find attractive and what women feel more confident in as they're perceived by other women.
No. I want to push you on this. Okay. And I want to introduce politics into this, and we'll see where we end up here. So one, I don't think you're like necessarily like completely wrong about what you just said, Scott, right? But I want to add to it. One, I think that women, and we've seen this like throughout the modern era, right? Like I'm saying, like since like the 1920s or whatever, right? Like with the birth of like the advertising like industry, right? That women are not simply responding to like what other women find attractive. No, in fact, they're responding to what men tell them are attractive, right? Through the beauty industry that they control and that they market.
Well, gay men and women through the beauty industry.
No. That's too much. No, I can't let you get away with that. Yes, you'll find gay men, right, during in like the fashion industry in terms of like like designers and stuff. But in terms of the people owning the industry and people marketing the industry, right, like the ad execs, those are, well, as far as we know, most of them straight men.
Right,
so
most major makeup brands are owned by women or gay men at this point, correct?
I don't know if that would be the case. Maybe you're correct now, but I'm saying that like throughout history,
in the 1970s, you'd 100% be right? I think there was like one major one. I can't remember her name. But for the most part, you'd be correct that it was, I mean, obviously corporate America was all predominantly white men regardless. Like, not that per se matters, but yeah.
All right. Let me, So, okay.
Well, well, actually, you know what? I'll leave it there. I have more, but if you want to jump in, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah. So what do you, I kind of, pardon me. Voice is being weird. It seems like there's a social aspect of this that maybe we don't want to talk about. And that's that women are being told that they can be basically young forever. And, they run around until their mid 20s. And all of a sudden that 27, 28-year-old wall that we all hear about, whether that
even by run around, just to clarify a little.
Not get married. And then all of a sudden they find that they're not getting as many dates, they're not as attractive, and the men in their age range want to date 20-year-olds and not 28 or 29-year-olds, and all of a sudden that option of plastic surgery seems a lot more palatable than maybe it would have earlier. Do we give any credence to social pressure in that direction?
Yeah,
I'm sure that's an element. I don't know that it characterized that most women run around in their
Correction. No, I'm wrong. It's still straight men. I'm looking because I'm looking it up now. Like most of the moguls, most of the names you hear about are going to be women and gay men. But when it comes to L'Oreal, Estee Lauder, Olivier, Procter and Gamble owns a lot. Like a lot of the major corporations that are, especially the shit you're finding like in CVS or just like, you're just going to Ulta and buying like a regular brand, right? Like all of the influencer brands, all the things you hear about, all the things that go viral,
like
might be that way. But in terms of sales, right? Like it's still predominantly male driven CEOs and et cetera.
Yeah. Fair enough. But to agree, and I think I'd love to hear what you have to say is this. Well, I think we agree that social pressure certainly plays a role. And there are women who feel that they only have so many birthing years left, right? And they got to land the plane now,
Land the plane.
They gotta stop
that's
running
actually
around.
good. That's actually good. Yeah. I think some of it could be cultural as well, because like in Korea, in South Korea, they 16-year-old girls get plastic surgeries for their birthday. Like their family would give them a plastic surgery.
Yeah, well, the eye surgery is like super common in Korean culture.
Yeah.
It's probably harder to find a 20-year-old girl in South Korea that it's probably hard to find one that hasn't had work done.
At least in the city,
South Korea and surgeries is like I would say if you want to go down that rabbit hole, which I have before, is not for the faint of heart. Like there's a lot of dark stuff when it comes to that industry, especially when you look at K-pop idols. And like K-pop idols, many of those girls, they're basically popular icons that corporations sex traffic as children. Like many of them get surgeries before they're 18 and lie about it and say that they never occurred. They are like groomed in the industry. Like it gets, and then they set so much of the popular media and so much of the marketing on like this concept of perfection, but like so many of them are literally crafted by surgeons.
Sure.
But no, to go even further, I mean, like in terms of like what you were referring to, in terms of being groomed and sexually assaulted. No, there was a massive like rape ring, that was like based out of like this club.
I was
basically.
being Twitch safe for once, you know, but like, like
Whatever.
I'm just saying, like, it was specifically on the topic of surgeries and things.
Yeah.
But I would agree, it's quite dark. Okay, so now I'm going to try to introduce a bit of fiction here. All right.
Well, they're Korean, so they're not that dark.
Oh, okay. I see.
Okay.
I see.
Okay. Or no, they don't like it when you're that dark, right? There are darker Koreans. They don't like it.
That is where a lot of the good skin whitening cream comes from, is Korea.
Most of my wife's cosmetics are Korean. That's not even I'm not even joking about that.
They got good cosmetics.
They would be the experts.
But okay, so I'm going to try to introduce a bit of fiction within our conversation, right? Because now I would agree that what we've been talking about definitely applies across the board when we're talking about like young women, young to even older women, right? But right, and I'm curious if you guys think this is true. There is what people are calling the Mar-a-Lago look, where there's a certain look, specifically among conservative circles, conservative women, right? A very homogenized, very plastic, like blonde, like lip filler, nails thing,
Stepford wife,
blowing up lips, sort of like that, right? That really does, like, according to this is what made me think of it when Scott said, like, yeah, they're looking like trans individuals, right? Being sometimes literally being mistaken for trans. Like there's a push within some of these circles, and I'm not, of course, talking about your wives or girlfriends or anything like that, but like in some of these circles to like homogenize themselves, kind of like that Fox News look, right?
I mean, that's been a thing forever, right? Like the specific, fucking Stepford housewife, blonde, this body shape with large tits and not too big of a butt. And the thing is like, obviously I'm being a little tongue in cheek when I talk about the trans situation, but I mean, it's not like they're trying to look trans. They're trying to chase a surgery, a surgery path towards this like ideal carbon copy of like woman within the entertainment industry, within, Instagram, etc. And they end up looking trans because they end up getting the same fucking surgeries. They get the buccal fat removal. They get, their chin shaved a little bit. They get, they get the facelift, and they get this alien, almost feline look to them at a certain point.
Like they just had a bad allergic reaction to selfish or some shit like that, because they all look fucking atrocious. Like Laura Loomer, fucking shit, dude. Holy hell. Like, and that's what I don't. And the thing is like, maybe it's because, I don't know. It's just like this appeal that they need to have, even though it looks atrocious. I can definitely agree about like how surgery can't go bad. There's a lot of reasons as to why people actually go to Mexico, because it's cheaper to get plastic surgery done there, but it usually comes out looking really fucking bad. Now, a lot of the conservative women that get the Mar-a-Lago treatment, their husbands are wealthy, they can afford the good surgery, but I don't know. I can't explain as to why it goes so bad. I'm sure they could find great doctors that can take care of this stuff, but maybe that's where their husbands crash grinder apps every time they have a little convention or something. I
don't know. Okay.
Oh, man.
I do want to actually touch on that a little bit, right, and see where it
Careful,
goes.
touch on what?
I'm talking about docking. I'm touching another penis with my penis. That's what I'm talking about. But I was gonna ask before we leave this specific section, what do you guys think of Kristi Noem specifically?
You mean her
Right?
political
Like,
positions or
are
her
you
Are you
look?
talking about
All
her
of the
like
above.
face, or are we talking
yeah,
about
yeah,
the
yeah.
person?
Especially like her transformation. She's like, I mean, she's well. Hopefully, you think she's a dog shit individual, but like in terms of her transformation, you can see if you just Google it, right? Christine on before and after, right? There's a stark difference
It doesn't
over a
surprise
short
me.
span of years. Yeah. So like, what do you guys think? Like, that's an improvement or is a problem? Thoughts?
Problem. That's
I'd
what
have
happens
to
if
go
you choose.
look, but yeah, I don't know.
That's what happens if
Yeah.
you choose sleep with Corey Lewandowski. You end up looking like that, a train wreck.
Okay.
I mean,
but yeah.
I don't want to sound too gay here, but like I just don't look at her that way. You know what I mean? Like there's certain political figures or things like that. It's like this might actually be the first time I'm like thinking about like, is she attractive or not attractive? Like I don't like there's certain people that I just wouldn't view that way because like it's a political figure that I despise. You know what I mean? Like I don't I don't know that can even like I'm too I want to be
Principled.
objective, but I would be literally too objective because the penis is not in play because the brain does not want the penis to be in play. You know what I mean? Like I'm too unattracted to her personally.
You're saying
like,
you're cock
like
blocking
to be able to
yourself.
like, yeah, like I don't know. Like I just like I said, I don't want to sound like maybe I'm too low T, boys. Who fucking knows? But like I just don't see her that way. I'm just
Everybody
like,
has a
oh, look at
type.
this gross bitch. You know what I mean? Like
I can have sex with Republican women. I can manage that.
but what if she was pushed
I mean,
out?
I didn't
one
say
thing for you.
Republicans. I'm talking about like her specifically as
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
I know.
figure that is just
I'm-
lying through her teeth every time she's on TV and has Nazi
enough.
slogans fucking on her podium. Like she's another level of crazy that I'm just like, no, I don't even think
So-
of like that.
Assuming that she
Accurate.
had plastic surgery, which it kind of looks like she did, although it's never been admitted. I've liked the way she
Lactoid
looked
went and looked.
beforehand. Yeah, I'm looking at
You
her
said
right
you
now.
like you
I
like
like the
it
way she looked
beforehand.
beforehand. Yeah, I think she looked more
Yeah.
natural beforehand, basically in line with everything that I've said.
Well,
Like-
she's also presumably younger as well. So I mean, that
No, I
might-
understand she's younger, but like it's not just that.
Not that many years.
It's
It was
not
a
just-
I don't know
very
how-
small.
I've been tracking it the
period
like
of
the
time that
transformation.
she's had this transformation.
But I mean, but like when you actually look at the differences, like her eyes seem higher up.
She's
There's like
definitely
this
had
almost
filler.
there's
Isn't it
almost
kind
like
of like
this waxy look that I've noticed with people who get a lot of plastic surgery. Like there's a reflective kind of sheen around their, especially on their cheeks, but around their eyes.
It could
I
be like
really
a look
don't
over
like
central
that.
casting because Trump does go for people that fit in central casting. That's like one of his biggest things. He wants people that look good on TV. That's why she puts on 16 different costumes in 2 different press conferences in less than an hour. It's just like she'll wear a cowboy hat. Next thing you know, she's wearing a tiara. I mean, it could
just be a shit ton of it could just be a shit ton of makeup. It's possible.
I think
There
it's
isn't
both.
plastic surgery.
It's
But regardless, I mean, I'm looking at a picture right here of like how she used
Her
to
It
lips
look.
looks like
look
two
super-
different people. Yeah,
She looks more
she
like
looks
normal.
creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Her lips were like super thin previously, and now they're like much expanded. So at the very least, she's had lip filler done. I couldn't name. I'm not a plastic surgeon. I couldn't name you all the things that she's had done, but there's a transformation there.
I'm just not interested enough, to be honest.
That's
weird.
fair.
Someone in my chat said it's a mixed bag because she looks fake and old, but before she thought the Karen cut was a good look.
Yeah, dude, that was awful.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So then the last thing, just because Alex brought it up, I wasn't gonna like talk about this, but Alex brought it up, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it now. All right. Okay. All right. So what I have heard many times from many different sources, right? It's not just once. This is like, and these are anecdotes, right? So I'll admit that I don't have like a hard data, some study for you guys to look at. Okay, fair enough. But I've heard this from many different sources and many different videos on this, that conservative men seem to be really into like alt women that like a very alternative, like chase a lot of liberal women, like the exact type they trash online. And yeah, I'll leave it there. That like there seems to be like a big attraction on them. Obviously, I'm not talking about either any of you, all right, and making judgments about whatever you guys like, right? But like within the conservative movement, there's just like a a lot of men into women that they would otherwise be condemning.
I mean, when I was a younger man, I found liberal women to be very liberal with certain aspects of their.
You were there running
personality.
around?
That was the running around. Let them land the plane.
If I learn that a woman is like right wing, it makes her more attractive to me, I guess.
Okay.
How right wing? Like
The sky's the
like
limit.
the sky's okay. Wow. Like Fuentes.
I think a lot
tight
of
leather
like,
can look good.
yeah, I mean, I think a lot of like penned up guys are obviously going to go for some level of like additional excitement in their life if they're feeling degenerate, right? And I feel like this is obviously true of women as well, right? Like there are a lot of like for example, right now, one of the trending like fetish romance novel categories is Ice Agent. Right? Like women love the concept of a man that is a monster that they dislike, right? And there's a lot of sexual fetish from like women of like conservative MAGA patriarchy man that like, you know, is doing this. There's a lot of women in Europe that have sexual fantasies about immigrants, right? That are like using them and controlling them, right? Like I think when you kind of give in to, you know, sexual desire, be it male or female, be it straight or gay, I think often, you know, as you're getting, especially if you're getting into like degenerate things or looking for excitement as opposed to looking for a partner or love, you're going to gravitate towards those things that maybe you're going to explore a side of yourself that isn't normal because you're looking for excitement. So you're going to explore a side of yourself that feels differently than you actually do. But I mean, this is also kind of the whole thing around like CNC, right? Consensual non-consent. Is that it's like, is it really that's what you deeply want in your whole life as a woman, to be raped? No. But you like the idea of exploration with danger. You like the idea of exploration with a monster. You like the idea of an exploration with a masculine man. And the same thing I think is probably going to be true with very, you know, tight-knit men, is that, you know, that are conservative. They want to feel like they're in control and they have a wife, maybe even, or a girlfriend, or their experience has been women that have like, you know, nagged them and have like, you know, made them, you know, go to farmers markets and things like this and, you know, try to keep up this white picket fence. And so their version of excitement is somebody that's free and chaotic and exciting again. Right. So I just think this is just very normal sexuality. And I think like the idea that conservative men being into liberal girls is like some extra weird type of fetish or thing to explore, I think is just kind of like looking at one dimension of normal sexuality and not expanding out again and realizing that we're all kind of like this.
Well,
I don't.
Sorry. So when I look at it like this, right? Like there are examples of, you know, conservative guys that like will shame women that do OF, but then they'll be sliding right up in them DMs asking for pics or something like that.
Yeah,
I mean, it happens all the time. I mean, we can't deny it. And like there's people like Ted Haggard, who was a big time evangelical preacher, pastor that advocated against gay marriage. He was caught not once but twice with a male escort in a hotel. I mean, I cannot confirm whether
Ted Haggard was one,
yep.
right?
Yeah, that's what Ted Haggard.
Was
yeah,
the big one. Yeah.
Ted Haggard. The thing is, like a lot of these guys
and paying him in meth. Don't forget that part.
Yeah, I can't forget that part. But the thing is, it's like, listen, I don't care if you do that lifestyle. That's none of my business. My only big thing is if it's consensual. If it's not consensual, then I have a problem. Like there are guys out there that like cuck themselves. I don't care. I'm not going to get involved. That's for damn sure. But the thing is, you can't be like, oh, you are an OF hooker, you know, I can't respect you. But then you,
prostitute,
yeah, fine, whatever.
Yeah, whore.
Okay, it's
say
terminology, semantics. Okay, but anyway, then he's gonna slap in the DMs.
I'm always up to
Don't be
stand.
scared. Just say it.
Okay, whore, fine. Okay, so anyway,
there you
sliding up in the DMs, and then saying and say, "Hey, when can we hook up?" Something like that. Like it's like they're ashamed of themselves. It's just like the guys that are like chasers. Essentially, they're ashamed that they're chasers, but now they have to put on this big show. It's like, oh yes, I hate these people. They are monsters. It's like it's just a show for us usually. Now listen, if you're into that stuff, hey, be free. Love it. You know, as long as it's consensual adults, I don't give a shit. You guys can be furries for all I care. I don't give a shit.
Someone in my chat said, you're overthinking it, Scott. Tradcon men are dumb on average. They're just attracted to their peers.
I Okay.
No, not the right
so,
crowd. I thought it was.
it's fine. I'm sorry. I'm busy doing something. Though okay. So I want to give a bit of pushback. Though. So, well, a slight bit of a pushback. One, I want to add add on to what Scott was saying when he talked about women wanting let's just call them dangerous men, or like men who are not a good idea.
Hyper masculine in the toxic variety, right? Not integrated masculinity, but masculine nevertheless.
Yeah. So agreed. So I agree with you there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is something a woman told me years ago, right? She said that so much of those fantasies, basically rape fantasies, that type of thing, comes from women feeling repressed in their own sexuality, being that like they can't express like their own libidos, right? And so like in this case, this is an external force forcing them to do the things that they always wanted to do in the first place, right? And that's where like the CNC that you were referring to comes from. So there's that. But in terms of what Alex was, I think Alex said this, that like, oh yeah, he says he doesn't care, right, as long it's consensual. Well, actually, I do have, yeah, I do
hot
have,
take. I don't care so long as you do it in the comfort in your own bedroom.
Yeah. But I actually do have more requirements for it to be okay in my mind, right? Because like not only are we talking about these conservative men being attracted to alt women, right? Again, I'm not making any statements about anyone here at all, right? But what I've also heard plenty of times, right, is from trans women is that those same men who attack them on Twitter slide into their DMs as well.
They're called chasers. They're called chasers. That's what I brought up earlier.
Exactly, right? And so like my problem is like sometimes like those trans women, especially the ones who are who have less of a frankly self-respect for themselves, like, and who feel desperate and want some sort of male validation, right, will actually date these individuals. And my problem with that is like this person like doesn't respect you, hates you, is completely ashamed of you, but like wants to like engage like under the cover of night with activities with you. Like that's an issue for me. That's an issue when men like that like degrade these individuals, and just like with the OnlyFans women, like the cis OnlyFans women, right? You degrade these women, but then you're constantly sexualizing them, constantly trying to get in their panties, right? The hypocrisy is just too much for me. I can't stand it.
Yeah, I mean, toxic relationships are toxic. Like, I don't like what's
Right.
the argument though, right? Like, what I mean? Like, yeah, the plenty of people involve themselves in toxicity. I mean, to add another layer to this conversation, right? I do think that you're going to see things, you're going to see fetishes and things of that nature be a little bit more common in male sexuality. There is, it's not the best research. It's difficult to do sex research, just in general, because it's difficult to do psych research in general. Because like the only way to really isolate variables would be like Unit 731 type shit. Like you can't lock people in a fucking dungeon and then be like, we'll study what happens to your sexuality if we traumatize you for the next 10 years or something, right? So it's a lot of self-report surveys and things of that nature. But there appears to be, right, and that's the strongest thing I can say, is there appears to be a link, right, with sexual imprinting being more common amongst men, whereas changes in promiscuity being more common amongst women, right? And so women, like we can take the trauma element out or we can add the trauma element in, but trauma adds more variables, right? But let's just say like when sexuality differs in women, it tends to differ in how promiscuous they are, how much they're seeking validation or seeking sex or seeking hedonistic pleasure, right? And you see this, in trauma. It's less controversial to talk about it with women because for reasons, we'll just say, where, traumatic experiences can cause women to close off very much, right? be very nervous about having sex, be very uncomfortable, be very self-conscious, and it can have the opposite effect, right? Where they become very sexually promiscuous, like the boundaries are difficult for them to maintain. They just kind of go and do all this. Whereas with men, what you see more often, right? Obviously, changes in promiscuity are going to be a thing. Humans differ, etc. But what you tend to see, or what it seems to be a pattern, is that men are more likely to fetishize an aspect of a person, be it a body part, a sex act, or an identity of some type. Like some of the earliest sex research on this that wasn't done on humans but was done on animals, where like this theory kind of comes from, is research between goats and sheep. And what they found is when you mix goats and sheep and separate them, as they're growing up, and then reintroduce them into the populations, what you'll find is that the male goats will only be that were separated will no longer be attracted to female goats. They only want to have sex with female sheep when they grew up in that domain. Whereas you get very little to no difference in the females. Obviously there's kind of like a dominance thing here, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's a very difficult research to do, but it seems to be a pattern. So when you're looking at like fetishes amongst like, conservative men, I think it is important to say, nothing definitive, but also research seems to point that men are more likely to engage in any type of fetish, to sexually imprint at a young age that they're really into feet, or they're really into goth girls, or they're really into a different race, or they're really into a different, political climate, whatever. Whereas women, the more natural reaction, if it's maybe trauma induced or if it's just a personality difference, is varying degrees of sexual promiscuity. So the women are less likely to go chase conservative men, or, get really into butts or something like that. Whereas they're more likely to just have sex with a bunch of people within their identity group, or maybe close off within their identity group.
Okay. Yeah, agreed. And then last thing, then we can move off of this and to the topic at hand. Because I actually was watching a video on this just the other night. It came from my algorithm. Do you all think that you should date outside of your party or like ideological affiliation, or like whatever, like your value, let's make it even bigger, your value group, right? Like whatever group like most recognizes your general values, right? Do you think you should not, I'm not talking about sex, right? I'll stick my dick in anyone, I don't care. I'm talking about like a relationship that you're looking for, to build a life with someone. Do you think that like people should even bother with that?
I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but I'm not opposed to it. But like, just like I think there's a middle ground, just like whatever with shared hobbies. So I think it's absolutely necessary to have your partner have the exact same or even similar hobbies. Let's say maybe one or two shared ones, but even then, I don't think that's like a necessity of like having a partner that has totally different hobbies might be a good thing in terms of like exploration, all that stuff. But I think there's some, when it comes to values, especially like political values or like values that you hold dearly, I think there's some foundational ones. Without exactly specifying what those are, but I guess we can go through them. But like, I think there will be some level of deviation that you can tolerate, and that will vary person by person. But I do think there's, I would, at the end of the day, I don't want to date a clone of myself. I can say that much.
Lactoid?
There's no specific deal breakers for me. My mentality with dating, and really with friendships or any kind of relationship that you have with somebody, is I'm kind of subconsciously keeping track of like a mental score of that person.
Oh wait, don't you have a spreadsheet as well?
Well, potentially, right? Sometimes that helps.
Potentially? Well, are you? Did I mishear some previous information, or?
No, we can go into that.
Okay, so it's not just mentally; it's like literally a spreadsheet.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes it's physical in terms of an actual spreadsheet. Yes, but assuming that we're not talking about the spreadsheet, there is a mental score that I have of every individual that I'm interacting with.
It's the only reason that he pays for Microsoft Excel is for this.
Okay, no, I don't
this right here.
No, the free trial allows you to do it. Anyway, if somebody ranks very highly on their score, then the relationship is probably going to be more successful. Going to be more willing to be with that person. And if their score is really low, then no, right? And if we have different values, I think that lowers the score, right? That makes it less likely that it's going to be successful. That makes it less likely that I'm going to want to be with that person, but not impossible. So, also I'm factoring in their attractiveness, their wealth, their other personality traits they may have, in terms of how industrious they are, how caring they are, and then of course like political and religious values are also an important part of that as well.
Okay. I'm going to respond to that later on, but let's see, Grid. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, when I was growing up, my mom told me to date all kinds because you never know what you want unless you at least sampled it.
Your mom said run around?
Don't plan the plane.
We can get into that, Corey. Just give me a minute. I'll don't worry. Salivate all you want. I was almost. I never found that I needed to have any particular hobbies or extracurricular activities in common to have a great relationship. I almost got married twice in college, and then when those two didn't work out the way I wanted them to, I became a degenerate for about 10 years. And I mean a degenerate. Like, I doubt that any of you are even in the same league.
I'm curious now. We'll have to talk about that off camera.
And then I decided to get married,
yeah.
and I've been married for 20 years. My wife and I don't share the same hobbies. We occasionally, like she plays tennis. I hate tennis. I would go play golf. She's shot a match with me once, but she's not particularly interested in shooting. I don't particularly care anything about banking on the level that she does, but it's interesting enough to listen to. And I absolutely do listen to her when she talks about it. But no, I don't think you have to absolutely do every damn thing together. As a matter of fact, I think familiarity sometimes can breed contempt and be harmful to relationships. So not that I'm a professional at relationships. I certainly sucked at enough of them to know what goes wrong. So
Right.
Let's hear from Alex and then Scott.
So when it comes down to the whole relationship bit, it's all about how you guys balance each other out, I would say. Because here's the thing. I'm a gamer. I'm a nerd. I love Star Trek, science fiction stuff. My wife is a horse person. I'm a horse husband, basically, right? So that's a lifestyle for her. That's something that I have to take into account, that this is a very important part of our identity.
Very expensive part.
It's very expensive, yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, is that I support her because this is important to her. She supports me in the things that I like to do, and that balances out. Now, we enjoy spending time with one another with the time we do have. We'll sit down, we'll watch Cobra Kai or some shit like that, and then I'll go and fuck off, do my own thing. I'll come on panels and just talk about stuff like this. But the thing is we balance each other out, but we also share the same value system. Now, when it comes down to values, it's basically talking about family values. Do I have a good relationship with my family? Does she have a good? Things like that really kind of play into it. Now, I'm not saying every relationship is perfect because there's no such thing. But the thing is, if it's always possible to find politically a conservative man and a liberal woman. It's possible. I see them all the time. I talk to people like that all the time. It's tricky for them, but they still manage to make it work. Why? Because they feel their marriage is more important. Now, if the husband starts saying, well, I'm starting to feel a little bit more red pilled and it's time for you to quit your fucking job. And she's like, I'm not doing that. Then they kind of divide. That's entirely up to them. And I'm not saying that happens. Or the wife says, well, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. So I want to go do my own thing. It's really much shooter's preference. No pun intended, but it's just, there is no right answer to come to relationships. It's how you both work it out. Just how is it you guys balance each other out? Like Grid said, that him and his wife, they have different interests, but they balance each other out. That's what it should really be when it comes to relationship. Who is it you're spending the rest of your life with? And how do they make you want to better yourself, essentially? I mean, I know that was a long rant, but.
No, it's fine. I got pushback for all of you guys. But first I want to hear from my friend Scott. Go ahead.
I think the question is really honestly more interesting than the answer. And the reason I think the question is more interesting than the answer is because I think it highlights, and this is no shade at you personally, but rather the poverty of philosophy in the current year. Because one thing that I've noticed that has been such a problem with conservatives in general in the political spaces is they lack a concept of the differentiation between principles and values. It is perfect. Here's the major difference. principles cannot be negotiated with. Values can, right? A principle is abortion is murder. You can't have two people that disagree on whether or not abortion is murder in a relationship. I mean, obviously you can until, that comes up, right? Like you have an accidental pregnancy too early. All of a sudden that relationship is doomed. There's no negotiation there, right? And this is like one of the most frustrating things that I see about conservatives, because I've watched the conservatives turn into Democrats, my entire life, as well as, since the early 1900s, is because they don't have principles, they have values. And values are things that can be negotiated with. And in politics, it's poison, but in a relationship, it's different, right? In a relationship with your significant other, if you have the same principles, then those values can be negotiated with, they can be compromised with, right? It's okay that maybe like if you have a principle that says, I am a stay-at-home mom, this is a line in the sand, and then you disagree on that, well, like you're at an impasse. And unless one person can be convinced to give up that principle, then the relationship is essentially doomed, right? But if you value, cleanliness differently, let's say, right? That's something that can be negotiated with, right? Like you can, as a man, I can be like, let's say I have like a super clean woman and I'm a super dirty guy or something, right? Like we can have a conversation. We can negotiate. We can come to a compromise on that value. And I can be like, I love you, so I know that you want a clean house. So I'm going to make sure I do the dishes and take out the trash or whatever these other things are, clean up after myself, or like help you on Saturday cleaning, right? And then she can be like, and I'm going to stop bitching when like, you don't put the shoes in the shoe rack, but you put them next to the fucking shoe rack when you come home, right? These are things that can be negotiated with. So I think it's perfectly healthy and natural to date someone with different values than you. I think, like the entire Christian, I mean, as much as I shit on Christianity, right? The two fleshes becoming one kind of concept here is that the ideal relationship is that you have different values, that you are different people, and that you're two halves of a whole, and that you complete each other by having those different values. You don't want a carbon copy of yourself. You don't want someone that has the exact same values as you, because that's fucking boring, number one. And number two, you're not adding anything to your life. But what you have to make sure is that you have the same guiding principles, right? Hardcore Christians, right, are going to have the quote unquote the Holy Spirit as a guide in their relationship, so that they're moving towards the same place. Or like certain political opinions might be one thing, but yeah, I think that is the important distinction, is that it is good to have opposing values. That is actually healthy for the relationship and something you should honestly seek out. You should not seek out someone that has all the same beliefs and all the same hobbies and all of the same things. That's like what fucking TikTok girls that have 4,000 matches on Hinge and can't find a man are into, right? They're looking for this perfect carbon copy person that matches their insane checklist. But if you disagree on principles,
well, minus the 6 foot height,
it's doomed. Yeah, right. You know what I mean? Right. You know what I mean? Like that. I think, and understanding this distinction is what is really going to help you in that search.
So I like what you just said. In my mind, if you had asked me, 5 minutes ago, I would have looked at values and principles as synonymous, but I think the distinction you're making is much more useful. And to be clear, like I was using that terminology because like that's how it was framed in the video. That's how people are talking about the values. But I think what they meant, considering the context of the video, is principles actually. Because they were talking about like politics. They were
right, and you're kind of proving my point, right? That people don't know that distinction. It's not like It's like that. It's a common issue of the poverty of philosophy, to borrow a term from Marx, obviously, but I don't mean it the way he meant it.
So I'll use that going forward, right? The principle versus value dichotomy or whatever, right? Divide. And so that's what I meant, right? When I was talking about this, and I think it's interesting how like in the responses, right? We had like a lot about hobbies, like. Hobbies are inconsequential, right? That's why, and that's about hobbies. Like, yes, I have a person who have different hobbies or the same hobbies. I don't know. That it doesn't matter one way or the other. You can make a relationship. I think we can all agree.
What if the hobbies is going to Trump rallies? And now it matters, right?
If they're throwing cabbage at the
Oh.
Trump supporters, well then yeah, it'll work then. But yeah, so hobbies, that doesn't matter, right? And I wrote something down which I think kind of dovetails with what Scott was saying, but Scott said it more elegantly. I was like, whether like you can deal with a person who has different values, like using my own definition, right? Whether you can be in a relationship with them depends on how prioritized your politics are within your identity, right? So like my identity, like you can imagine being a progressive, a leftist, right? Like that's pretty high up on my list of adjectives for myself. And so like that would be important to me. But like basically what I was saying was what Scott said later on, talking about principles, right? That's where I was actually trying to go with that. So again, so to reformulate this, yeah, I think that principles, a matching principles, for the most part, are extremely important, and that you shouldn't like try to make it work with someone who's vastly different. An example from the video that was shown, this is a woman. She was Latina. She dated, again, like this is the video that started this whole conversation in my head. She dated a conservative man, right? And a white man. And first it was fine, but then it really wasn't. He would say things like, she'd be talking about her, because her family is a lot of mixed status, like mixed immigration status family. He would tell them, right, things like, hey, build the wall, right? Like he would when getting into an argument with her, right, and as a form of control, he would say, I'm going to call immigration on you and your family. I'm not sure what her immigration status was, but she had at least people in her family that like he was actively
This is just toxic, right? This isn't even.
This doesn't sound like a relationship.
This is just a piece of shit, toxic abuser. Like that's not like conservatives are like this, though.
No. To be clear, I'm not trying to make some like attack on conservative men. I'm just
I just mean like this isn't a difference in values and principles. This is just a woman escaping an abusive relationship with a toxic, manipulative piece of shit, right? Like that's not really
but you know what I mean? Yeah, I hear you. I agree. However, the way he chose to be abusive, right?
Never ask a white supremacist the race of his girlfriend.
Yeah, indeed. Much agreed there. But the way he chose to attack her, right, is a reflection of his principles, a reflection of his politics, right? It wasn't by random that he used that, right? Like there were in different populations.
No, he chose to say what would hurt her because he's a toxic, abusive.
Yeah, it's not
piece
due
of
to
shit.
Politics.
Like if he could be a liberal,
if he was,
of course no, even if he no.
A liberal wouldn't say build the wall, right? Like
a liberal that is a toxic, abusive, narcissistic, controlling person would absolutely threaten to call ICE on family members or any of those other things as a means of isolating her from her family and as a means of threatening and controlling her behavior.
It wasn't just so again, continuing on with this.
I mean, to be fair, you're retelling another story, right? So maybe I'm not getting the full context, right? Like I am trying to be fair,
sure.
But as you're describing it right now, you're just like this. This isn't really the major issues. The major red flags here are not a difference in values and principles. The major red flags and issues here are that this person is a toxic, manipulative piece of shit that did horrible things and said horrible things to control.
I agree, and to be clear, like leftist men can be just as awful, right? Like or leftist women, right? Like whatever, right? Like people can be awful and destructive in that way, right? But like the way this was expressed specifically absolutely has something to do with politics. Like there's like I think it's nonsense to say otherwise. Also, right? She talked about how this was,
it's not nonsense as the story is being told, but maybe it is from the greater context of the video.
As the story is, she talked about like her family, right? The immigrant, the Mexican family, interacting with his family, and talked about like the tensions in between them, how like his female relatives like accosted her in a corner, right? And like wouldn't let her go and was like berating her about her politics, as to like who she voted for, and the behavior, like, and like her general politics there. I'll leave it there. But like it shows that individuals like with different politics like mixing in this way like tend to have not a strong foundation, and this is also true of the family. Certainly their family feels the same way, and so you have these tensions in between them, and that's why I'm saying should be avoided. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I spilled my drink. What?
That's okay.
That's true tragedy that you spilled your drink.
Yeah.
I was just a little bit, but I wasn't going to finish the stream with a big stain on my shirt.
Okay. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, I think it matters. I think you should find someone again, if your politics are involved with your principles, which I don't think that's true for everyone. I think there are plenty of people who just do team sports, who are just like it's blue team versus
most
red
people
team.
don't even have principles.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's
So
true.
I don't think it's a problem for all of them. Well, also something else that woman said, which adds to what Scott was joking about previously, is that, and this is from her mouth, right? She said that like well, she said that her husband said like, well, I'm not racist because I married a Mexican, which is another thing there. But yeah, I think your principle should match.
So out of curiosity, Prime, I don't know if this is tangentially, but would you, let's say, date a vegan?
Okay, that's interesting. Oh, okay, that's super interesting.
Fuck no.
Yeah, I don't. Well, here's the thing. I don't
Is that a principle or a
prioritize.
value, or does it no relevance whatsoever?
It's not. Yeah, it's not a principle of mine, right? Like, now I'm going to eat meat, and I'm just going to do that. Right? I value, right, to use our friend Scott's terminology. I value
Gains.
meat.
That's what he values, boys. Gains.
I value eating meat, but it's not
I can
a
advise him on how to
again?
get gains on a plant-based diet. Not a problem.
Not a problem. Definitely a problem.
No, definitely not
Solvable
a problem.
Solvable problem. It is a solvable problem.
No, it's not a problem.
Yeah, you're coping right now. You know that's true. Oh, so you're saying it is 100% just as easy to get gains and protein on a plant-based diet as it is on a standard diet that allows meat?
I don't know what you mean by easy.
That's what I'm saying. It's a problem, but a solvable one, right? Like there are solutions to protein intake. You got to track your macros and you kind of got to pay attention. Whereas, if you're a meat eater, you just eat a lot of chicken breasts. Done.
So I would just.
I'm not wrong.
No, you are wrong. I just don't want to get into it. You have no idea what you're talking about. Like,
okay, you're full of shit. And you know it.
I know way more about health and fitness than you do. Like, it's not even worth having to talk these conversations with you.
It's not even worth it. But I'm right.
Not. No, you're not right. You have no idea what you're talking about.
If you think
what do you know about protein? Give me your best. What do you know?
What am I supposed to fucking tell you? Every scientific detail that I don't have memorized about
what
it?
are the 20 amino acids? Go for it.
No, I don't. I'll play this game where you embarrass me because you are a research scientist that knows way more about biology and the structure of protein and bioavailability and all that shit. I will play that game with you where you can showcase that you know so much more about that. If you can tell me why it is 100% just as easy to get all of your macros in a plant-based diet as opposed to just eating chicken.
Because you can that's why I asked, like, what do you mean by easy? As in, you can fulfill all your protein requirements through plants, as in through lentils, through quinoa, through tofu, like, and those are all cheaper.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Actually, no.
You're coping. You're coping.
He's actually accurate because my wife is vegetarian, so I can speak from experience. My wife's vegetarian.
Speak from experience all you want, right? You, in order to get all of your macros in a plant-based diet, you actually have to track that shit. You have to know the bioavailability of the protein.
You have to do that anyway.
You have to know many proteins you're doing. Whereas if you're eating chicken, you just need to know the weight of the chicken and how much chicken you're eating. Done. You have to, like, what's the bioavailability of one versus another? How much protein are you actually getting in soy versus lentils versus these things? You have to do math calculations. You have to, like, I'm not saying you can't. Irrelevant. That was the whole joke. It started with me screaming gains like a meathead. I'm not saying a normal person has to go through like some crazy ritual to eat a fucking plant-based diet and get enough protein to be healthy. I'm saying if you're like a bodybuilder, you're trying to get gains or something, that was the joke, that it takes more effort on a plant-based diet because you have to do a little bit more work. That's the only claim I made, and then it triggered you, and I'm right. And no, I'm right.
You are absolutely not right. That's why I clarified what you mean by easy. I don't know exactly what you mean by easy.
Does it take more mental effort?
Easy means I don't have
more
to get
tracking,
completely drunk.
right? In order to get all of your protein.
I guarantee you it takes no. On my part.
Running away like a cowardly little bitch with insults.
I'm right here.
Is not doing anything. Answer the fucking question. Does it take more effort to be able to ensure that you get all of your macros on a plant-based diet where you have to track where the bioavailability of the protein and how much protein, getting multiple sources of protein, knowing that you're not getting all of the amino acids in like peanut butter per se, and tracking other protein sources that you're getting? Is that more effort than just eating fucking chicken?
No, I don't think that is more effort.
Okay. Well, that's retarded.
Some tofu or some quinoa.
You're a very smart retarded person.
Yeah, okay.
Congratulations.
I will bite that bullet. Be careful. So I'm a retard. Okay, so explain to me why you're fat. And why have I figured out this problem?
Why I'm fat? Yes, again, yes. So
explain to me.
I will do that after you explain why you're a cowardly bitch that's running.
Have I solved the problem that you can't solve? The retard here has solved the problem that you can't solve. So tell me.
You're correct. We both have autoimmune diseases. Yours is Crohn's. Mine is mast cell activation syndrome, right? You've done a better job of that without a doubt, right? I got a lot of mass. I'm a super tall, fat guy. Calories in, calories out is certainly going to be most of the equation there, right? I love food. I love me some butter. You know what I really love? I love me some beef. And maybe I eat a little too much of it. In fact, this is evidence that I do indeed eat a little too much of it. So now that the second humiliation ritual is complete, why are you still running from the fact that it obviously takes more effort to track your macros when you are getting incomplete proteins and when you are eating foods that have bioavailability differences as opposed to just eating fucking chicken?
So you agree that the retard like me can figure out how to not be fat as opposed to you. You can't figure that out.
Yeah, I can figure it out.
Oh, so what's missing?
No, it's a false statement.
No, you don't know. That's a false. How is it false? As in, you don't. So what's missing?
Because I've already explained it. Calories in, calories out. I understand that you're trying to run away from the question.
I'm trying to listen.
I apologize. You're not. I don't. You're right. You're not trying in the colloquial sense. You are.
You guys
are running. You are running, and you're trying to make this about my health. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So, since we're playing this game, is RFK a better steward of health in America than any other recent appointee because he is more physically fit? Or maybe it's about the actual knowledge and it's about the actual truth and veracity of claims.
You're going exactly where I want to go. Okay, so what is missing? As in, you don't know how to lose weight, or is it something else?
Oh, so this is another question you're going to run from?
Yes.
Why are you even here if you don't answer questions?
I've
trapped you multiple times and you've run multiple times.
I do not think
calling me fat over and over again is not going to win the argument. Just makes you look like the cowardly bitch you are.
Okay, so
answer both questions.
I answered your questions. I don't think RFK Jr. is a better
in Scott's defense, when I saw him in person in November, he was much trimmer and he was very sprightly, which was.
I'm a sprightly fat boy. I'm a giant sprightly fat boy. All right.
Okay, so
he had a lot of energy.
Is it the fact that you don't know that it's about reducing your calorie intake, maybe upping your physical activity that results to weight loss? Is it a knowledge gap? that's holding you back, Scott?
I've already answered this question, but I'll answer it again. I said I absolutely understand that it's calories in, calories out. Obviously, there's going to be some dietary restrictions that'll affect your energy levels, etc. But at the end of the day, it's going to be calories in, calories out.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So it's not a knowledge gap.
Answer the questions.
Okay. Well, okay. So if you want to restate your question, I'll answer it, and then I'll follow up.
You already know it. I already know you got a steel trap memory. It's so great from all the plants that you're eating. You have this perfect memory, right? It's so good. Yeah. Okay, so I know that you can remember shit from 6 months ago. So answer the questions you ducked and ran away from mere moments ago.
No. My trap door was open, so it was not getting into my brain. So if you want to restate it, I will gladly try my best in an answer.
So 2 questions, right? You kind of answered the second question, which is that you said RFK is not a better appointee than previous appointees just because he is indeed healthy, right? But follow up on that, right? Like why is it so important for you to run away from the first question, which you do remember, and to then attack my weight and attack on the basis of whether or not my claims are true or false?
Okay.
If it is true that my weight has anything to do with whether or not the claims are true or false, then we would assume that RFK Jr. is the greatest appointee because he is in tip-top physical condition, except for his whole fucking brain.
I'm not disagreeing with anything that you said. I only took contention with you calling me a retard. So let's go down. That's why I said I will bite that bullet.
I said a smart retard.
Yeah, sure. Okay, sure, smart retard, and I'll happily bite that bullet. So the smart retard, okay, can figure out something that you can't figure out. You said it's not a knowledge gap. Okay, you as in you know how to do it. I thought you were the only one. So do you want to explain to me what is the etymology of the word philosophy?
What? What? No, I'm not getting into this. You're still running from the question, and I will repeat it again. The question is, how is it just as easy to track your macros as someone that's trying to quote unquote get gains?
I do not think it takes any actual cognitive effort to eat tofu or quinoa or lentils. That's
okay, hold on. Guys, so
I think... so now that I've answered your question, now so you want to explain to me like an idiot, okay, a smart retard, what is the etymology of the word philosophy?
I'm not going into the etymology of the word philosophy.
You're
still not going to answer my question
about it, so can you explain to me the etymology of the word philosophy?
I'm not going through the etymology.
What's lacking in your ability to lose weight?
What is lacking my ability to lose weight? So now we go back to the fact that you've already been BTFO'd on, but you're using it because it's a vibes-based argument. So again, you can keep interrupting me. You can keep running and dodging. But this is the most leftist intentional misunderstanding so that conversation is impossible. And what it is you still will not answer the question. The idea that it's just eating quinoa, gets you all your okay. So tell me this. So your contention here is if you just weigh out enough quinoa, you get all the gains. Is there any vegan bodybuilder out there ever in history that would support the idea that if you want to get gains, you just need to eat a certain amount of quinoa and boom, all your macros are done? Is quinoa? I don't know this question. I don't actually know the answer to this, so I'm going to let you flex that superior knowledge of proteins. Is quinoa a complete protein?
Yes, actually it is.
Yeah, I know lentils are. I know soy is. So quinoa is. So how much quinoa do you need to eat? And how many calories, what are the macros of quinoa and how many calories do you need in order to quote unquote get gains? Right? Let's assume the person is 200 pounds, right? And they're trying to get they're trying to get to 220, right? How much do they do that? And then let's compare that to a chicken breast.
Yeah, I believe if I remember correctly, pound for pound, or in terms of protein density, it is essentially equivalent to chicken. Yes, quinoa is.
And the same macros.
It depends on as in protein and fats. Those
no, I'm just saying carbohydrate, protein, fat, and like calories, right? Like just the major ones, right? Like we don't get in all the nitty
different
gritty
food. So I can see, yes, it has the different food has different macros. That is true.
Are you going to answer, or are you just going to deflect again?
Well, restate your question. I heard the question though.
So-
The same macros.
So,
That's the question
so
I
how
heard.
many, like, what are the macro breakdowns? Why is it that quinoa is just a replacement for chicken breast? It's a complete protein. Is it 100% bioavailable? I mean, nothing is 100% bioavailable. What's the bioavailability of the protein compared to chicken? Do you know?
I can't, off the top of my head, I can't remember.
That's super fair,
no, no.
right? But like, is it close to chicken? Is it like close to 100%, or is it
I
like
believe
70%?
Like, first of all, I don't want to get into how these bioavailability scores are measured, because like that's sort of a dubious, ambiguous metric anyways. But
Right, but we know that plant protein is less bioavailable than animal-based protein, right? We know that.
depending on
knowledge.
which specific
Let's-
plant you are talking about, I would not necessarily
Let's
disagree
let
with
him
that.
In general,
Right.
right? Like, you don't know off the top of your head the bioavailability of quinoa. In
I have no
general,
pro- I have
right,
no
you're going to
problem
have
with
to
that
get
generality.
more protein eating plants than you would from eating chicken, right?
Let's let him
And we're going to assume
lactate.
it's going to be more calories and more carbohydrates than chicken as well.
Let's let him
Not
lactate.
not
Let's let-
necessarily.
Let's let him lactate. Lactate, what do you want to say?
Okay, let's look it up.
Okay, I want to say a couple things. So I just gorked it, and
Gork,
Gork is
there we go.
telling
Thank
me
you.
Gork is telling me that quinoa has much less protein than chicken breast does. Cooked chicken breast has approximately 31 grams of protein per 100 grams, and cooked quinoa only has 4.4 grams of protein per 100 grams, so about 7 times less per equal weight. That's what Gork is telling me. I Googled it, and Google seems to be confirming Gork, at least based on the
No, I will
initial
take it at face value.
So
Yeah,
that's what
I
that's what I'm getting.
No, I will take
And
it at face
secondly,
value.
I
And
just want
that's
to say
not counting the carbs
I
and
am-
the calories, right?
sure, I am enthused that I now have this rock solid argument as to why I should believe RFK over Rachel Levine, who is much better shape.
That was
I
not
mean,
my that was not the argument.
Okay, why did the guy with worms in his brain? How was he able to figure out how to lose all that weight when Rachel Levine couldn't?
Well, so that was not my original argument. As in, what spurned this off is him calling me a smart retard. Okay, and I'm more than happy to bite that bullet in terms of, if I'm the smart retard and I can figure out something that he can't, I say that says something about him. And that's why he's the one. That's why he doesn't want to define philosophy, because that makes him look bad. Okay, he recognizes it's not a knowledge gap. Okay, he has all this philosophy, and yet despite all this knowledge, all this philosophy,
No, I don't
he
want you
can't
to subvert the fucking conversation.
exactly.
because
It's all
anything I
subversion.
give, you're going to
It's all
attack.
subversion when it makes you look bad. Okay, I understand, because you never want to look bad. Okay, but
No,
again,
you never
despite-
want to make a positive claim because you're a fucking coward. All
Yeah,
you
okay,
do is
well,
sit on these
can I-
panels,
can I ask-
farm,
Yes,
farm,
I'm the
farm, don't actually
coward.
make
Yes.
positive fucking claims,
I'm the
sit on the
coward
fence,
using
and
my
then
name.
find a
I'm
way
the
to
one
try
He
and
did
attack
make
and
a-
clear
nitpick.
my location.
I want
Yeah.
to ask one question. Could it
And-
be, Corey? And I would attribute this to myself as well. Could it be that maybe it's not like a lack of knowledge to figure it, like in terms of Scott being unable to figure out how to look as good as RFK? Could it be that shit just tastes fucking good? Like,
Yeah, bro.
donuts are
Well,
really
no,
fucking good.
Wait,
It's not like a
wait,
math
wait.
question that I'm
No,
having a
no,
difficult
wait,
time figuring
wait.
out. I
Are you
just
saying-
like it.
Are you saying my taste buds are inherently different than yours, and that I don't like things that taste good?
I mean, your taste buds probably are.
Well,
different.
you are a vegan, right? So this is already confirmed.
Yeah, I'm technically an imperfect vegan since I consume whey protein. But yes, I overall am technically not vegan, but I aspire to be largely vegan. But if you
Why
think
would you
that
consume that? Is it because it's a little difficult to get all your protein?
No, I use a mix of both Vega protein powder. It just so happens that Vega protein powder is more expensive than whey protein.
Can I ask
so-
one more question? One more question. If it's just as easy to get all the protein from a vegetarian vegan diet as it is like a meat eating diet, and this is a serious question, why is it the fact that I see constantly people who are on these kind of vegan diets and vegetarian diets have a hard time gaining muscle? They complain about it, and visually they tend to be just smaller people, and like they tend to not be able to bulk up as fast as meat eaters. It just seems to be a
Because-
common trend.
It could be a cart before the horse situation. It could be like the type of person
also-
that chooses.
Also,
to go
most
vegan.
people are. That's like asking like, why are most people obese or overweight? Like most people are just ignorant.
Yeah, but hold on. But if you have a really obese person, and it's like you look at them and they're eating all sorts of shit, like I would attribute like their diet to the fact that they're really obese. But if you have a vegan who's having a really hard time gaining muscle, and again, this seems to be a pretty consistent trend I've noticed, even people who, kind of to your point, Scott, people who like went vegan and then struggled a bit when it came to like bulking up as much as they wanted to before, or as much as they were able to before. I mean, yes, this is anecdotal for sure. I could probably find stats on this. I don't think I'm wrong. I mean, are you denying, Corey, that when we look at like the muscle mass of a vegan compared to a meat eater, that you're going to see a higher, like an easier time gaining muscle mass amongst the vegans?
When total protein consumption is controlled for, the answer is yes. There will holding all variables the same, then there will be
Do they
no
struggle
difference.
to get enough protein compared to meat eaters?
Well, that nullifies my example in terms of like holding total protein consumption the same.
Yeah, but if it's harder to
I
hold
have a
total
stupid
protein
question.
consumption the same,
Okay, so
maybe it's
okay,
harder.
if you're asking the question, if it's hard, that's why I attempted to clarify. I would not characterize it as more difficult to meet your protein requirements on a plant-based diet.
You just
I have a
okay.
stupid
It's not,
So
it's
long
not,
as
it's
you
not
just
harder.
eat giant bowls of
hold
quinoa
on.
until you're ready
So
to throw up, you'll be good.
It's not harder. You're saying it's not harder but it's just something that consistently a larger group of people struggle with. It's just not harder though. You would say.
It's like asking the question, like, is going to the gym difficult? I do not think it's difficult.
Yeah, but
is it difficult? Is it more difficult to go to the gym if the gym is right down the street or 100 miles away? Like,
Or to not go to the gym at
what
all.
are you talking about?
Of course, it's harder to go to the gym than not go to the gym at all.
I asked you to clarify in the beginning of what you meant by that was my original. I think one of my most original questions of like what exactly.
And I
do you
clarified
It's
Yeah, I
harder.
just
several times.
mean?
I said that it requires more mental effort to try
I
and
said, I
track
don't
your
think that's actually
macronutrients,
true.
track the bioavailability, because different
Yeah,
plants
let's
have
start-
different
May
bioavailability,
I?
to track your macros, to
If I
track
may.
incomplete proteins and make sure that you're getting all of the protein
Go
that
ahead.
you actually want,
Go ahead,
not just the
Greg.
protein. Like when if it's meat, you can just look up how much protein is in chicken. That's how much protein you're getting, minus 5%, right? Roughly. Okay, but if I look up the protein on peanut butter, even if I read the back of the peanut butter and I eat a fuck ton of peanut butter, it's an incomplete protein. I have to eat other fucking sources of protein.
That is
not irrelevant.
It
It's
absolutely
more
is
difficult
irrelevant.
to do. It requires more. It requires more effort in order to do that.
You absolutely
like
do not need to take into account this bioavailability, whether it's
let's
90%,
let-
80%. Like
let
you're
him-
talking about like a difference of like 5 to
Let's
10
let him
grams.
grade.
What's the
Yeah,
etymology
can
of the
I
word
ask a
protein?
really
I do
stupid
wanna move
question
on to
about
that
this
question.
because I want to ask, because it's been a minute,
Nonsense.
almost 30 years since I was in college, and but isn't there something to do with the way that plant proteins counteract the testosterone in your blood in males, where that prevents them from getting the same gains? Is that true?
No, unless you're like eating kilograms of soy, even then, that it's I would say it's not a foregone conclusion that there will be any.
Well, I didn't ask if it was a foregone conclusion. I said, is it something that is true?
No.
Okay.
Again,
Generally,
eating.
hold on. There is some research to suggest very little of that, and that is from a highly processed diet. And vegans tend to eat a much less processed diet than the standard American diet, which is one of the reasons why they're fucking healthier.
And I want to actually go back to lactoids. I think pretty good question. As in, you just said that it's just food.
What is the etymology of protein? Answer it now.
Yeah,
like,
I think that is a good
is that the
question.
question?
No. So you think your answer is just food tastes good, therefore I eat it. Well, why can some people control their food intake and others can't? You think that's
Because I made a value judgment that I'm
Fucking
not going to be
delayed
here.
gratification.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here
and
forever.
why-
It has nothing to do with
Yeah.
the conversation. It's
I
just
like
you trying to subvert.
thick,
and
juicy
why
steaks.
and okay, yeah.
Corey.
And why can some people, like, this all comes back to self-control? Why am I able to exercise more self-control than you?
It's
Or
look,
even
maybe
Scott.
my limbic system is just more powerful, right? I see a goth girl and it just triggers it, right?
Yeah.
And I was
Scott,
like, oh
Scott,
shit.
Scott literally admits. Okay, let's do the logic tree.
Are you in the goth girls?
The logic tree on this subversion thing that you've
Yeah, of
done
course. Again,
to
all-
run
all
away
subversion-
from
all
the fact that you
subversion-
got
all subversion-
BTFO'd by someone
all
way less educated than you.
I gotta ask.
All
Is it the
subversion-
black leather?
God damn,
makes
what
people
is even the
fat.
point of a college
Black
degree if you're getting
makeup.
BTFO'd
Is that what
by
it is?
someone that's
I
never
know-
even taken
I
a
know
nutrition
Scott,
man,
course?
I
fair
know
enough.
Scott.
They're
I know
terrible
Scott
for you,
now.
but
I know Scott.
they're
you
like
know,
bad
you
food.
Yeah, I know why you struggle to lose weight, because you think if you just say it, that
They
makes
like
it true.
motorcycles,
You just
though.
stand in the mirror and say, "Hey, I'm skinny. I'm in shape, and therefore that makes it true." So therefore, you saying I'm BTFO, that must make it true. Okay. So
No, it's true
let's-
because it is true.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Are
how
they
that's
as
how
bad
truth
for you
actually
as
works.
plant protein?
It's true.
Why don't we-
I understand that a
Yeah, why
leftist
don't we
struggles
move
with the
on to that?
concept of objective
Well,
truth. Everything's just a
let's-
vibe to you, but you know.
Let's go through it. Let's go through it. So
You know?
A, not A. So if it's not a knowledge gap, what is it then, Scott? What is it? You know,
I've answered this question several times.
Yeah,
So
This is your distraction from the fact that you got BTFO'd on this subject. There's a difference in bioavailability of nutrients. There's a difference in incomplete proteins, and it requires more effort.
I will answer it for you. Okay?
I've answered the question multiple times. I hope you can answer it with that steel trap.
Okay.
I said because I fucking love beef and butter and that I have a hard time controlling myself on it.
Yes,
It's a willpower issue. Do I need to say it over and over and over again? Is the humiliation ritual good enough for you to answer the question? You cowardly little bitch.
Yeah, I'm cowardly, even though you will not explain.
I don't know how much you lift, but I'm pretty sure I can sit on you and you'd fucking die.
That's probably true. Yes, you are fat. I started with that, so I'm not contest that. Okay, as in for the audience. Okay, Scott's all about philosophy. Okay, if you didn't know the etymology of the word philosophy, that's a lover of wisdom, and despite all of Scott's wisdom,
or lover of knowledge would be probably more accurate.
Despite all his knowledge, he can't seem to stop shoveling things down his gullet. Okay, he has all this knowledge, all this philosophy, and yet he has no self-control whatsoever.
I'm glad that you believe contradictions are true. I'm glad that you don't know anything about nutrition. You only pretend to know about it because you're coping. You're coping because you're a cowardly little gay vegan, and I'm glad that, you know what, and I'm glad that you have admitted once again via contradiction that RFK is the greatest appointee ever because he gets gains.
Absolutely, and I've also demonstrated you don't know philosophy,
fellas,
or even the etymology of the word,
fellas. Let's just
can Lactoid and I start talking goth chicks again, because that was a way better conversation.
Let's move on to the next to the actual topic.
They are the junk food of girls. Just to be clear.
They are. That's funny.
My stream is making fun of me, and they said, "Dude, this audience can answer the question better than Corey can, because every time you introduce a food into your diet, we get no streams for 2 weeks." That is true. I try a new food, and then I'm like, "Oh fuck, I'm sick. This sucks."
Yeah. But okay. So we're done. All right. All we learned from that is Scott's a fatty fat. So, and that
Corey doesn't know anything about being a vegan, despite being one.
True. Yes, absolutely true.
But okay. But we're gonna move on past that. Unexpected.
I'm sorry, a bad vegan, because he struggles to get enough protein, so he has to use animal sources to get some.
Absolutely true.
That's okay. We're moving
You've
on.
all seen the picture.
Thank you all for this. Okay. Thank you all for all of this. It was another experience. Our pre-debates tend to be quite entertaining, honestly. And I can't predict these things, right? I wasn't planning on talking about the things we talked about previously, but made for a great conversation. So I'm very
all you want to talk about is how sexy he finds Christy Noam. We get it.
That's right, indeed. But I'm grateful to my very excitable panel, who can make anything into a topic, make anything fun. So shout out to you guys, and anyone at home, if you've been enjoying all this so far, right? The pre-show to the actual show, right? Which lasted almost an hour and a half, as is per usual with us, then consider following the channel. I haven't done so yet, right? On whatever platform you're watching this on, YouTube, Twitch, or Kick. Or consider supporting the channel as well, right? Like tossing a few dollars our way, whether on YouTube, like with a membership, right? Twitch with subscription, or super chats. We'll put your super chat on screen. We'll have a conversation on it. Sometimes we spiral on those as well. So if you want to be part of the conversations here, hitting us up with the super chat. And thank you, Victory Xerxes, for resubbing on Twitch for 31 months. Thanks for following for so long. Much appreciated. Shout out to you, Viceroy. Did I say Victory? Did I say Victory or Viceroy? Viceroy Xerxes. Thank you for being with us for such a long time.
Super chat, you have to make sure that you describe the etymology of the word Viceroy.
You should.
Thank you.
I don't know that one, to be honest. I have no.
I got to be honest. The protein thing was interesting to me, because I know that, and I eat meat, but when I was, especially when I was losing a lot more weight than I currently am, I couldn't eat enough protein for what I when I was in the gym because I was, I needed like a lot, and I ended up having to start using protein powders and things like that to supplement. So I'm very interested in how Corey thinks that he can get enough protein to actually make gains. But we never got there because we were.
I'm happy to have the conversation.
And you can do that off stream, like DM each other.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not that interested, but I was just curious to hear that during that conversation. Just never
Someone
got
in my
there.
chat said that's why Corey is skinny. It's not the diet. He's just super disciplined. Every time he encounters a question, he runs for 10 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. How come I have the discipline to run?
Banger.
Okay.
I did enough running in the army. Fuck running, dude. Like no matter what, I'm out.
Very wise.
Fuck that.
I agree. You shouldn't do any exercise. Unwise thing.
We are moving on.
Fucking impact on my joints suck.
We are moving on with our lives, and we want all of you to be healthy, no matter which way you do it. Right? If you're managing an illness or you're managing your diet or whatever, hopefully you're making healthy choices. Okay. So let's get started. And first of all, shout out to our friend Socrates, who was out there doing praxis while we were doing this. But maybe we'll touch on that later on. But thank you for being here, Socrates.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna jump into the topic. You guys can do your opening statements and greetings you want to do at the same time. All right. Okay. So, on Saturday, ICE officers killed yet another Minnesota citizen. That's incorrect. That's what I wrote down, but apparently it's Border Patrol. Border Patrol killed the citizen. The day before that incident, Minnesota held the largest general strike in that state in 100 years. The strike aimed to protest ICE operations in the state. Some are calling to massively expand the use of that tactic. In modern times, Americans have rarely engaged in general strikes or any other kind either. This is especially true when compared to other developed nations. This was not always the case. However, even before Trump's return to office, there has been a coordinated call on the left for the tactic to be used to force concessions from the government. Are you supportive of the Minnesota strike? What about the larger set of demonstrations and acts of resistance since ICE arrived? Do you support workers using strikes as a bargaining tool? And if not, would you support a government or even corporate crackdown to discourage its use? And someone before I jump into it, someone just sent me a super chat. Testicle Johnson says it's not gay if it's genetically grown in a lab.
That is true.
$2. Okay. I actually don't. Where did that come from? I'm actually confused here. What's
I think it's an allusion to I think what Grid brought up in terms of eating plant proteins and soy and decreasing your testosterone.
Okay. That was a legit question because I was just curious about the effects of the various plant proteins on the production of testosterone. I wasn't being hyperbolic about that.
No,
you
are fine to eat any plant proteins. It will not affect your testosterone levels.
I've only just noticed, and I wish I didn't, Testicle Johnson's avatar.
Just now?
I just captured that one.
It's a squirrel with big nuts.
Yeah, I completely missed that. Thank you for that.
Johnson. How old are you? Because I feel like that's an old internet meme, like that every millennial would just kind of.
And Testicle
notice.
Johnson's been around for a hot minute. He's been in your orbit for quite some time.
I'm pretty sure it's Fairy Queen.
No, that's different. I'm pretty sure this is a different individual. And they're Canadian. They're giving Canadian money.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So back to it. Yeah. So BP in coordination with ICE in Minnesota doing their crackdowns, doing their raids or whatever, right? In operations. Another individual is killed by them. Maybe we can get into whether it's murder. In fact, we're definitely going to get into that. It's going to happen eventually, right? And there's plenty of a video on this, and then there's a response from the government, right? From Kristi Noem from DHS, and there might be some updates, some really interesting updates that happened like just tonight. but we'll touch on that later on. In any case, that happens. But before that happens, yes, we had this like massive general strike. There were like 50,000 people in Minneapolis, the streets absolutely filled, right? Huge demonstration. That seems like it's like getting lost in the shuffle with with more dead American citizens. And businesses shut down. Like workers were out there making demands. And this follows, right? That it's follows a larger conversation within the labor movement to have a general strike. The head of I want to say the UAW, but maybe it's the other one. He's been calling. He was recently elected like a few years ago, and he's been quite charismatic on the Democratic side. He's been saying, "Hey, we need to have a general strike." He's been trying to organize that for a few years from now, a massive national strike, and that could have huge consequences for whoever's in office if such a thing happens. The U.S. used to do this. We used to do this, right? We used to have big general strikes, and general strike would be like not like just one like workers from one company or one industry striking. It's like the town, right? It's the state. It's the general population doing the strike. That's the big difference. You see this in France. France strikes a lot. They strike a lot, and they get concessions during that. Right? There's a powerful labor movement, but labor movements have been demobilized here in this nation. So, like, should that come back? What do you think about that? We'll touch about on all parts of Minnesota incident, but I do want to touch on the labor thing as well. So we'll go to our friend, Lactoid.
Yeah, I mean, to address the labor thing specifically, I have the exact same position that I've always had, which is that I'm okay with people striking, but you should also be able to get fired if you don't show up for your job. A consensual relationship works both ways. You have a job with your employer, or you have a relationship with your employer, and your employer has a relationship with you. You are not your employer's slave. You can walk off the job site if you want, and in the same way that the employer is not your slave, in that you don't just get to keep your job if you don't do what your employer expects of you. So that's my general proposition towards strikes. Now, in terms of this particular strike over ICE actions, do I guess, just more subjectively sort of agree with the fact that they are striking over these ICE operations? I wouldn't do it personally, but if you have people who feel strongly about not wanting ICE in their area, I don't think that is like crazy. I don't think it's immoral. If that is your preference and you want to demonstrate to say, hey, look, I don't support this, go away, that's fine. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. And then I'm guessing probably at some point we're going to be talking about the shooting that happened the day after.
Yeah.
That's going to, has been leading to sort of escalations of this kind of public action in Minnesota. And with that, I think that's bad because as is the case with every noteworthy shooting that's happened, people have just knee-jerked without getting all the relevant facts. And we saw this with Kyle Rittenhouse. We saw this with Mike Brown. Basically every single time. With few exceptions. The actual incident is wildly different than all the protesters just believe right away. And that leads them to take mass action that otherwise they wouldn't even believe in. Or it leads them to take actions that are immoral, like rioting and destroying businesses. And I'm just hoping that doesn't happen.
Okay. I'm curious what facts you might be missing. So I can't wait for you to elucidate us. Thank you so much, friend. Let's go to Scott.
Yeah, much the same on labor, right? Like, if you want to strike. Like, I don't see any problem with the concept of striking. Like, obviously I'm not a big fan of like wildcat strikes or, violent strikes, things of that nature that, we saw in the turn of the century because a bunch of commies were, mad that, were mad that they weren't wealthy. But I mean, obviously, Or maybe they were mad because, you know, Pinkertons went into their village and, like, you know, went into their little mining camp and killed a few of their family members, you know. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it depends on a person to person basis. Some of them are commies and they're mad. Some of them are mad because, you know, their wife got killed. Yeah, but I think obviously like the most sane reaction here would just be to abolish the NLRB. There should be absolutely zero protection for workers legally who strike. Like if you're a business and your labor can be replaced by another person and you don't show up, then you know you quit. Like that's like it's so stupid and just absolutely anti-liberty, anti-freedom, anti-freedom of choice, and just absolutely evil that we protect workers who strike from being fired. And we recognize their right to unionize and things like that. Absolutely insane. Like there's no reason that like unskilled labor should have a union because their value is their labor can be replaced by another person. They don't bring any value. They haven't done the work to be a valued member of the employment, right? Like somebody like Corey over here, right, who's done the work to have like a very specialized set of knowledge. If he felt like he was being mistreated and a bunch of people that was, like him that did the same, relevant work in the same area thought that they were being mistreated, then yeah, they could band together and form a union. And it would be very likely that it would be very difficult to replace somebody like Corey. Right, you can't just like pull any random person off of the street and they're going to be able to train to have that level of knowledge. Same would be true of like welders, for example. But like Walmart employees, like they can't be replaced. Like they need a right to unionize. They need to be protected when they strike. No, this is the government protecting, these con organizations, which are workers' unions, and unions in general. It is giving them special protection because they donate towards their campaigns and they make NGOs and the political class very rich. And currently what they want is the importation of a bunch of cheap labor to get rid of their own workers that think that they're fighting for the rights of the individual because they want to maintain all of the welfare systems that cause third worlders to come and flood this country because they're given a bunch of goodies to come here as opposed to just coming here because there are jobs here. So in terms of like, do I support this specific protest? No, I think this is an astroturf thing by the media. Obama and Biden put in all kinds of things. The reason that ICE is even able to be activated in this way is because of legislation that Obama put in that none of them gave a fuck about and wouldn't have given a fuck about because he had a D next to his name and he was the cool black guy. But now that the media has activated and the NGOs have activated and the corporate elite want them protesting against ICE because they want cheap labor and they want to maintain the welfare state that makes it easy to import that cheap labor. They get their nice little printed signs that were made and they get in their little Telegram groups where they're given instructions by people that they don't really know that tell them where to go. And this is a completely non-grassroots, completely non-worker based activation of a bunch of useful idiots for the corporations that are just sucking the leather boot of daddy government and corporations because Trump orange man bad. In terms of the shooting, yeah, I kind of agree, right? Like, I think that I want more information to come out. That being said, of the available information, Kristi Noem obviously 100% lied to the American public and tried to paint him as if he was a mass shooter. She should be hung publicly in front of the White House and her body should rot. And then we should be able to know exactly what plastic surgery she had because all of her real flesh will be eaten away by the fucking flies and we'll be able to see what was shaved and what was implanted in her disgusting corpse. Fuck her, fuck politicians, fuck them all. But yeah, I mean, if it appears to be as it appears to be currently from everything that I've seen, it looks like, Border Patrol, got spooked at some protesters, shoved somebody they shouldn't have shoved, chased them across the street, have no idea what they're doing. They're incompetent. Then they shove this person down or shove them hard enough for them to fall down. They started a bar fight instead of actually acting like some type of police officer or federal agent.
By the way.
Yeah. Just to add more details, right? As if I'm not long-winded enough. Sorry, Corey. I know you'll be brief, so it's okay. You'll make up for it. you know, and it looks like Alex Pretty, you know, engaged in the same bar fight that these people started, and then, you know, once he got into a fight, they disarmed him, and then untrained idiot cops, you know, ended up blasting a bunch of holes in the guy because, you know, they can't communicate and they don't know what they're doing. So, I mean, but, you know, incompetence of the state is a pretty normal thing. That's why you should never vote in socialists, because they only want more of this.
Thanks for that. Two things. On one, Twitch, I disavow any calls for violence whatsoever. Lactoid does.
I didn't say civilians should be activated to do it. You know,
disavow.
there should be a legal process of hanging traitors. I mean, if the government investigates themselves all the time and says nothing was wrong, right? Well, the government can rewrite the fucking rules for this treasonous bitch and fucking hang her up.
Okay, understood. And two, the one thing
we used to do a lot worse for a lot less back in the day when America was founded.
One thing I can agree with is that my good friend Corey did do the work. He is a skilled worker, which is why he can tell you the etymology of philosophy. All right, go ahead, Corey.
Oh, anybody can.
Maybe not. But I will keep it brief to get to the open. So I'll just answer the prompts, as in, am I supportive of the Minnesota strike? In general, I am supportive, especially the larger set of demonstrations and acts of resistance against ICE and Border Patrol. And like, yes, I am overall generally supportive of workers using strikes as a bargaining tool. And I will leave it there for now for the open.
Thank you. One person respects our time. Let's go to
I never said I was a person.
Okay. Let's go to Grid. Let's hear what you have to say.
All right. Honestly, Scott's a tough act to follow, but I'm gonna try. So I don't actually know that there was actually a strike. It seems like more like a day off. Government offices were closed, schools were closed, all of these things were closed, and that allowed these people to take time off to go down and walk in sub-zero temperatures, which we don't know how many there are. I've actually, I've seen the reports, and then I've done some looking, and nobody can agree on how many people were actually there. So I'm not really sure this qualifies as a strike. It seems like a gifted day off, maybe with pay. I don't know. I haven't dug into it that far, and I honestly don't give a shit enough. Other than that, I don't know. I mean, this seems like a big nothing burger. What I would like to see, and I'm surprised Scott didn't mention, is I would absolutely love the federal government to turn off the tax money that is paid to these states that do not comply with federal agents and federal laws, such as, especially on immigration and other things of that nature. Just turn off the spigot, okay? They don't get any more money, no federal funding, no highway grants, no nothing. Zero. Absolutely. I'm shocked, I tell you, that my man
did it earlier on your show. Like
you did do it on my show, and we'd already said it, but he came in an hour late, and he said it in a much better, more eloquent way. Yes, absolutely. Just turn off the spigot. If you don't want to follow federal law, fine. That is your choice as a state. Not going to argue with you. Just don't get any money. That easy. And but at any rate, I'm sure we'll get into a lot more going forward, and we'll have some fun with this.
Thanks so much, Grid. Alex.
All right. So I'm not really going to talk too much about the shooting, because I know that's probably going to be the biggest topic of discussion possibly, but I actually did prepare a statement, so I'm very boring like that. So our Constitution guarantees not just obedience to law, it guarantees accountability when power threatens liberties of individuals. For generations, Americans have used strikes and collective action to uphold constitutional rights, from labor walkouts that want economic justice to civil rights actions that ended segregation to modern movements demanding accountability from institutions that overreach their authority. Today in Minneapolis, we saw over the past couple of days, we see the same principles in crisis. Federal immigration enforcement is surging using Operation MetroServe, which they have deployed thousands of ICE and Border Patrol, or for short, just say DHS agents, so we don't confuse the two, agents into the city. the largest such operation in Minnesota's history, and in the process, 2 U.S. citizens have been fatally shot by federal agents, including ICU nurse Alex Preddy. These deaths have sparked widespread public outcry because local leaders, civil rights advocates, and communities feel that federal force is being used with insufficient accountability, transparency, or regard for civilian safety. Just as past strikes used disruption to force overdue reform, this strike and protest movement is a constitutional expression of collective voice, demanding that federal authorities respect civil liberties, answer for actions taken in our streets, and use only power in ways uphold rather than erode fundamental rights. And I yield the rest of my time.
Don't worry, okay? Our friend Lactoid also usually prepares an opening statement. He's also boring like that, so you've got company there. Let's go to our friend Socrates. Very happy to hear what you have to say. And Socrates, if you could also tell us like what you've been up to just before you came here, that might be useful as well.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I've been moving. You can see I'm in a new spot, but I was just on a couple calls discussing the situation. I'm not going to give too much details. It's nothing super special, but there's a lot of just regular people organizing for what to do when ICE comes to terrorize your community, and the kind of community coming out to support each other, to support people who are specifically targeted by ICE, to support people who may be targeted by ICE, people who are afraid of being targeted by ICE, people who are undocumented, people who are citizens, who are brown or Latino. People in Minnesota are afraid to take their kids to school. Just regular, even white people who are citizens are getting attacked and harassed by ICE, just, going about their daily lives, just being a car on the street. So this is something that affects everybody, and it's really incredible to see the way people are coming together. It's very scary times, but it's very hopeful times. Seeing a general strike after 100 years in Minnesota, tens of thousands of people coming out, all of the unions. I was on a call last night that included union leaders and organizers. Unions are the people's power. They're workers' power. That's why it's been eroded. And yeah, I mean, I see, laughing, but maybe you like The Weeknd. I like The Weeknd. I think The Weeknd is pretty cool. I think the 40-hour work week is pretty cool. Hey, I think this is my opening, so I don't know what the rules are on that.
No, the rules are.
Oh, I'm sorry, you called me out because I was laughing. My bad. I'll let you continue.
Are you done? You're done? Okay. I like 40-hour work week. I like a 8-hour day. I like overtime pay. I like paid vacations and holidays. I like health plans. I like protections from unfair firings. I like safety and health protections on the job. I like fairness in promotions, job assignments. I like sick leave. I like higher wages for union members. These are all things that the people who came before us, people who are still alive today, fought really, really hard to get. These weren't just like, oh, we kind of decided somehow as a society we should have these things. This is exactly how this happened, is people, and as was referenced earlier, in situations a lot more intense like this, literally battling corporate goons, having wars against corporations who are trying to push people under their thumb. This is how it happens. And we can see, we don't know if it's an exact direct line of the effects of this strike or in general backlash from the public, but Greg Lockjaw Bovino is going home, possibly early retirement. There's rumors that Kristi Noem is maybe going to get axed, coming from the top. So we don't know if this is the exact result of the general strike, but these are things that really do have an impact, because even with all the AI that's being pushed to try to replace workers, we all know it's a bubble. We know it's not going anywhere. We know that people actually working in the productive sectors of our society, when garbage men go on strike, we know that everything stops, right? So there's the kind of like, white supremacists, wannabe fascists like Trump. And then there's the kind of corporate elites that don't want to see the actual country fall to pieces. And they are willing to put some pressure on their puppets like Trump when they see a lot of people standing up all together. And that's at the broad level. At the smaller level, when ICE sees themselves really, really outnumbered on the street, they're more likely to not resort to violence. And we see why they're attacking somebody like Alex Preddy and trying to kill people who are filming them. Because imagine we didn't have those excellent different video angles of Alex Preddy being executed on the street. It would be the witnesses' word against these officers. So we can see why they're trying to harass and detain and kill anybody who's filming them, because they don't want any other angle on this stuff. And the backlash against Kristi Noem for telling these obvious lies, we can see it, but we wouldn't have that if people weren't filming. People weren't putting themselves in harm's way to give us these images. So this is our call to action. You know, even if you're feeling like you're on the right side and, you know, never get tired of winning, you know, just keep looking at what's happening. It's not too late to join the movement, but it's too late to say that you didn't know what's going on.
Okay. Open to the panel.
Go ahead, Scott. I know you want to.
I just had a question for Alex. You know, in your opening statement, maybe I misheard, and I'm sure because you have an opening statement, you can just like pull it up.
Sure.
What was your claim about economic justice in the beginning? What do you mean by the concept that we have like rights enshrined in protests for economic justice?
Speaking petition going. Yeah, I don't think I have said anything about economic justice. Let me see if I'll find it. So, but you don't want to talk about like economic justice, like what that means by that, like what's important.
Well, if you mentioned
I meant that like what you mean by that if you mentioned it.
Oh, what I specifically meant, like for example, like the rights to like fair wages and whatnot, because at one point in history, people were getting paid like well below the poverty line, and they still kind of are. But at one point in history, people were basically getting paid pennies. You had child labor laws and stuff like that. I would say that actually is in line with economic justice. This is the things that we're basically talking about right there.
You know where the 40-hour work week came from? Anybody? Ford.
Yeah, Henry Ford.
Henry Ford.
Well, yeah, yes and no. Henry Ford was like the first major corporation to do it because he knew that it would make his workers more productive. But he had seen the results of Ulysses. He had seen the result of Ulysses S. Grant instituting it for federal employees, right? So, so like the true start of it would be, you know, the Butcher Grant, you know, and him putting forward for government employees this, right? And
no unions involved. There was no unions.
Well, unions protested for it, and Grant then, you know, capitulated because apparently he can be both a butcher and a coward. But right, but then it was instituted. It was instituted first by him. But yeah, Ford was the first to recognize. I mean, because like weekends were kind of already common, right? In terms of having Sunday off for religious reasons, right? So the concept of having a 6-day work week was you know, because Christians valued that, and Christian employers also valued that. And then you kind of, you know, eventually you get a lot of protests, but it's not until the value of labor goes up that it actually even makes sense. Like unions didn't do jack shit to get us the weekend. I mean, yeah, they protested, but they protested for 40 years before anybody actually instituted it because their labor wasn't valuable enough to justify it. And once their labor was valuable enough to justify it, i.e. Henry Ford, because he wanted all of his employees to be able to afford to buy one of his own cars, because he knew that if he could expand it to all of the employees and get costs down, that would benefit not only his company, but that his workers would work better, and that would be better for America. It was a Christian philanthropist and in many ways, and also kind of a bit of a fucking racist. But
No, he was actually a real racist, like a real one, not like a pretend.
He actually
you know,
legitimately
right. Yeah, that's well, I was, tongue in cheek here, right? Like let's not glaze him too much, right? But it was the economic productivity of labor going up. There's not really much that labor unions have ever done for anybody other than ruin our lives and try and constantly push socialism and fuck every union leader. They're all pieces of shit.
Yeah, I mean, this is total bullshit.
Should they get the
right?
Christy Nome treatment?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same
No, they
thing.
haven't aggressed upon anybody. Like if they've stolen money or committed some type of fraud,
Gotcha.
like maybe, and I'm sure that
I mean,
would apply
aren't
to like
unions fraud
many
in
of
and
the
of-
unions.
That would apply to most of the union leaders.
Yeah, aren't they fraud in and of themselves?
No. I mean, like if you're in states where the state is, forcing you to pay union dues, like in the North, right? Because the state supports unions, even though unions like to act like they're antagonistic to the state. They're corporate bootlickers, is what they really are. And union leaders are
professional
just they just suck. They're professional bootlickers, right? So they're definitely pieces of shit. But unless they've directly lied about what it is that they're doing, I mean, most union leaders are putting out pamphlets. They do say where their money goes. It's just that, in northern states, you have no choice because the government forces you to pay these pieces of shit. And in the South, you have a lot of uneducated people that think that it's actually beneficial to them.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I mean, this is bullshit. This is just.
What am I wrong about?
I don't know if you have something to support all this crap, but this just like anti-union stuff. Okay, well, there's hundreds of thousands of people who've been doing general strikes for a long time. The New Deal was passed that codified this in law. There was in Chicago, in Baltimore, in New York City.
Right.
People have been protesting for this. And yes, it took some time to make it happen. Yes, there were probably complicated economic forces
Generations.
that happen.
Generations.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
where are you drawing the conclusion that 60 years of protest,
the 40-hour work week or the 8-hour work day, that this just as soon as capitalists, just noticed that the productivity of the worker was such that the material conditions made it make sense to just grant the workers an 8-hour work day. Then they just did it. I mean,
right? It makes more sense.
Totally
it's obviously more logical. It's totally historical and
you
obviously
can
more
say
logical.
That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so here's your claim. So I'll challenge you this, right? Right. Like my claim is that there is supply and demand in labor, and that supply and demand is true, and that as the value of labor increases, that they are given. Do you disagree that supply and demand affects labor?
That's it feels like a vacuous statement. Like I don't know what that. I was just highlighting that because I don't know what that can be.
Right. So historically speaking, right? Like after the Black Death, right? We get an expansion of workers' rights and individual liberty in the UK. We get the Magna Carta. We get the inclusion of the because the value of labor goes up. The value of labor goes up because there's less supply of labor because so many poor people were killed, right? So my contention is that history shows that time and time again, that when the value of labor becomes productive enough, that people get paid more or they get granted special privileges. And when looking at the American, I absolutely agree that they fought and that they protested. Sometimes they committed violence, sometimes, like robber barons, if you will, though many of them, I believe, have been castigated wrongly. Many of them absolutely were. That 60 years of protests and then eventually a thing happens is not a very good evidence that the protests and the strikes are what gave us that thing. But what I think is much better evidence is that over time the value of labor increases, and when corporations, especially some of the biggest corporation like Ford Motor Company, right, when they institute it and they give their reasoning, is not because there's no direct strikes or protests that were directly tied to Ford's decisions. In fact, he came upon that without those strikes or protests because he felt that the labor was more valuable, and then he felt that he could get more out of his workers and make more money by giving them a weekend off as opposed to just a Sunday
and
off.
attract better workers.
So like my problem is that you have this foregone conclusion that because I don't know why, maybe you can give me like a really good argument or evidence that that the 60 years of protests affected change despite it spanning multiple generations, whereas I have evidence of economic like law under free markets. Obviously, we have a mixed market economy. We always have. So there's going to be some give and play there. But that is the reason that we have things like the weekend, the workday, etc.
Sure. So you can just assert that the tradition of protests and the movement for a 40-hour work week had nothing to do with Ford just deciding to do that. You can assert that, that's fine. But the law that you talked about of supply and demand, if I want to hire my workers and I want to hire them at a certain pay, and that's what they're willing to accept, then that's what I will pay them. If they withhold their labor in a coordinated fashion such that I cannot hire them unless I assent to the pay that they demand or the working conditions that they demand, then I will be forced to pay them a higher wage. That's very
you've shifted the goalposts.
Yeah, but
no, you've shifted the
goalposts. Please explain.
Right, because what you are defending is whether or not an individual strike in a moment in time can get concessions from the employer because you're putting pressure.
That's a total mischaracterization of what I said.
It's not a mischaracterization at all. It is the logical conclusion of your claim.
So many times that I don't know that this exact strike led to these. Most of what I said was caveats.
No.
Because
what you
are logical extension. Okay, but what did I say?
Yeah. Well, I'm in the process of explaining why you're wrong and how you've shifted the goalposts, because the conversation is not about whether an individual strike works in getting concessions from an individual employer. There's no doubt that if you have a strike and you're not easily replaced, right, because it's difficult to train, that is going to get some concessions from that individual employer in that moment of time. They may be temporary, they may be permanent, etc. That's like, I don't think anyone that understands basic economics would disagree with that. The contention is your claim that the standardization of the 8-hour workday, the weekend off, worker protections, that safety things like OSHA are because a tradition of protests and striking over an 80-year period. That is what I am arguing against. I'm not arguing against the idea that strikes in the immediacy might get concessions from the employer, and I'm actually for those, right? Like, I do think that is a communication signal both to the employer that the employees are so dissatisfied at a group level that they collectivize in such a way that it harms the immediate profits of the employer and forces the employer to realize that they're not paying person at a wage that they're willing to work. But your concession is, I love all of these things that are now standard, and this is because of this generation spanning section of protests. And I'm saying that it is far more explainable that the major, like, I wouldn't do a univariate analysis on this. I wouldn't say unions had zero impact, but rather that the major reason that we have those things is because the productivity of labor has increased through the industrialization, through increased education, through increases in technology that increase the productivity of labor. And that's why we have these new things, because of a basic understanding of supply and demand.
So just to clarify, you believe that, yes, a strike at a given workplace can lead to worker demands or some worker demands being met at that workplace, but that strikes everywhere cannot lead or can maybe be only like a very minor factor. So, but wait, just because you talked for a little bit, I just want to get.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You were asking a question, so I was trying to answer it. Not.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But when you look at the New Deal, FDR was talking about, hey, I'm putting these things in place to save capitalism from you dumbass capitalists, because if I don't do this, they're going to tear you limb from limb, and we're going to get a French Revolution, and you're going to be out on the streets. So I'm doing these things to prevent the retaliation of all of these workers. That's what he said. I'm not saying that one quote, whatever.
Yeah, there was definitely socialist movements, and he introduced socialism to quote unquote save capitalism, right? But there's an important distinction here. Why would a strike work? The only reason that a strike could ever work is if you are not paying your employees at a price or giving them, benefits, that are a part of this cost benefit analysis of like choosing to be an involuntary interaction with you as an employee enough, right? So the strike actually doesn't
Wait.
have the
So
impact.
there's-
Oh, no, hold
Not
on. Oh, no,
necessarily
I'm gonna finish.
Okay.
I'm gonna finish, right? So if let's say your employer was paying enough money, right? Like let's say your employer was
there's a
overpaying.
fundamental flaw. I get what you're saying, but there's a
Right,
fundamental
no,
flaw.
let's say your employer was overpaying you 5% more than you were actually worth, and then you go on
Doesn't
strike.
exist.
Right, almost certainly exists. It's absolutely true that some workers are overpaid.
I
It
can
would be
illustrate
insane for that not to be true.
concept is faulty. I can explain.
No,
this
it's
to you.
well. Then
I
I
mean,
mean, then you just
Figure
don't.
it out.
Well, I would love to hear your argument as to how it's
Yeah.
impossible for a worker to be overpaid. Because I find that bonkers. But maybe you have something that'll be fun to get into. But no, what I'm saying is, let's say, right, this thing that can't exist, which is an employer is paying an employee more than their market rate, and they're doing so at a loss. If that cleans it up for you, right? And then your workers go on strike, okay? Unless you have some very specialized labor that I can't easily replace you, then I can just bring in scabs and I would actually operate at a profit. And there would be no reason to ever hire you back again because I was overpaying you. The only time that a strike can actually gain concessions in the long run is if the value of your labor is worth more to the corporation than the cost of bringing in new people and training them. And so ultimately, the strike is just a means of expression of the fact that the strike does nothing until the productivity of labor is going up to the point that it is worth giving them these benefits. And therefore, the entire striking culture has had little to no effect of the actual calculation of the value of labor and getting these benefits. These are just the means of communicating with the employer that their labor is actually more valuable and that it needs to match where it is in that current moment. It would have equalized without the commie nonsense.
Yeah. Okay. So you can talk about this at a purely abstract way, and I really don't want to do too much of that. There's a lot of other aspects of this conversation, but in our world where CEOs are getting hundreds or thousands of times base worker pay at the point where corporations are extracting massive billions of profits, where Elon Musk is becoming a trillionaire, right?
Well, if he increases the value of the stock by 20%, right?
Sure, yeah.
Which he's not going to do, but okay.
The idea
Well, I just mean that's how he would become
isn't any
this.
money available. There simply isn't wealth anywhere in the economy to pay people more than what they're getting. We know that that's not true, right?
Well, hold on.
Right, but that has nothing to do with my claim.
That could be true.
He was talking for a little bit, so I just want to have a few sentences. Okay. So what you were saying with scabs coming in and undercutting those movements, yeah, that's definitely a thing that happens. But when you have a really effective, functional, mutually aid sustained general strike, and you don't have a massive supply of people who are because of the devastations of not having healthcare, not having childcare, not having food, not having rent money, are forced into becoming scabs. When you have good mutual aid networks that prevents that from happening, and you have effective general strikes, if the entire productive population, if every sanitation worker, so many steel mills, but every worker across the nation says, we're not going to do this until these demands are met, at a certain point, you do have those very wealthy, at this point, billionaire, multi-billionaire elites saying, okay, we can back off a little bit. We're getting some pushback on how hard we're pushing people down. That's the thing that has the impact when you have a huge number of people in a sustained.
But you haven't. I'm gonna jump in just one more time. You haven't actually argued against. You haven't actually argued. No, thank you. I will in just a second, but I just want to point out you haven't actually argued against any of my claims whatsoever.
I'll leave
that was a long
viewers
speech
to
to
decide if I contradict.
Well, no, it's just a fact. You didn't actually argue against any of my claims.
I gotta let some other
that I
people
did,
in.
but
I gotta let some other people in.
You just said magic words and pretty things, but you didn't argue against the
I
claim.
did say magic words. Abracadabra.
Grid and Alex.
Harry Potter fan, I see.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna. I'll give two examples. I almost bought a company last year that is union. We didn't buy it because it was union. Because, right, and that company's out of business now. Those people no longer have jobs. This is what unions do. Those people don't have jobs
every time.
Okay, they don't have jobs now because when we went in and said, "Hey, we're going to take this non-union," if we're fine. Well, we're going to make a new corporation. It's all new. We buy the assets. It's an asset purchase. The old company ceases to exist. Your union deal is gone. If you vote in another union, we'll just close down and the end of it. They didn't believe us when the union rep came to us and said, "Hey, you're going to have a union here no matter what. This is what's going to happen." And I said, "Okay, we won't buy it." And that company's gone now. Now, a friend of mine in Ohio, which is a heavily union state, owned a company for about 30 years. They made like industrial cabinets of some kind. And union came in and he told every employee, he said, "Look, you're free to vote however you want, but if this shop goes union, I'm shutting it down."
Okay.
Based.
They voted in the union.
Thanks for your support.
They literally voted in the union.
By the way, just so we're clear, you might not be able to legally do that under the NLRB.
They voted in the union, and he locked the doors Monday morning and shut the business down. You can't stop somebody from going out of business.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, this is exactly
hold
what
on,
we're talking about, right?
I've been listening a very long time. Hold on. And my point of this is that you said, and very clearly, that when you have all of the management making all of this money, right, and employees seem to make very little money comparatively, that's a problem. And obviously,
I was talking to CEOs specifically. Management is can be more gray.
Okay, sure, but you have all of these people who are making a ton of money, right? But those are the people who are putting things at risk. Those are people who have equity shares that have something to, if the company fails.
No, they get golden parachutes. They get tons of money if the company goes under. Look at 2008. All those CEOs who were running the banks, who were destroying everybody's home ownership, they all got golden parachutes. They all got
I know, right? Wouldn't it be nice if we had capitalism and we didn't have that problem, unlike the things you support?
Right.
But
people would have gone to jail. Businesses
just to be clear, CEOs are workers, and those golden
I'm not afraid of criticizing.
It's this very interesting dichotomy. And I guess for me, it's always boiled down to is I pay people what they're worth, right? And I paid people a lot of money, like a lot.
That's great.
I don't know that am I the only person that's ever written an actual paycheck to a bunch of people. I mean, I had 60 people working for me at one point in time. That's which is this very small company, but
I've had people work for me, but not like I send them paychecks. I send them PayPal. Like not
exactly. Same difference.
Right. Yeah. So all right. So when I'm I don't.
He made sure to keep it under 100 because of the laws. As soon as you hit that 100 mark, it's like, oh, you gotta match health insurance. You got a lot of new things kick in at 100 employees. He's like 60.
He's not 60. Wrong. He's not wrong. But I think
if you as a business owner didn't have to provide health insurance, wouldn't that be such a headache off of your shoulders?
I agree. He should not have to provide health insurance as a business owner. Agreed.
Yeah. What if it was just provided by the state?
Well, hold on.
I want that second part.
Hold on. I like this. I like this line of questioning. I want to answer this. For two companies, I didn't provide any health insurance because every single person that worked in that building was 1099 contract employee. Every single fucking one of them. They didn't have health insurance. They didn't receive workman's comp.
That's a beautiful story. Do you tell that every Christmas?
I'm just saying, you're the one that's saying, unions are the way to go. But if you keep pushing employers to do things and cut their throats,
they'll do whatever they can to try to underpay people, try to put their health at risk. I know.
This is what we do.
They're the real victims.
Let's go
to China, which I can
do that too.
That's where all of our scientists are going since we caught NIH
funding. Let's go to Alex. Alex is waiting. Socrates, check your DMs. Alex, your turn.
All right. So this has been a very interesting conversation, but there's a reason as to why unions are actually important. a few years ago, BNSF, which is Burlington Northern Santa Fe, which is a rail line. It's one of the largest rail line companies that runs across the country. They actually had a worker strike because they had a problem within their company. The problem was, it's like there was a certain like system they had in place. I can't remember off the top of my head. I haven't pulled up, but if I keep going back and forth, I'm going to get confused. Basically what it was like a deduction system. If you had to take a certain amount of time off, like kids get sick, you get sick or something like that, it was a deduction system essentially. And after a certain amount of time, you were suspended for a certain amount of time, and they would come back, and then the tallies that you had was actually lower than it was before. The workers and the unions were trying to get it to where they were actually trying to make it so where they don't have to worry about that anymore. They didn't get deducted because you can't predict when you're going to be sick, let alone the fact that rail workers are actually expected to be out for weeks at a time, come back, and then just kind of turn around. Now, listen, rail work is a very tough business. It's not easy. Not everybody can do it. But the thing is, BNSF and other rail companies are trying to take drastic shortcuts. They're trying to condense the job of the engineer and conductor down to one job, which is dangerous. They're trying to cut down on why? Because their profit is not there. Now, the issue we're talking about is that unions are still essential. Now, listen, if you've run a business, you don't need unions. Okay, fine. But that doesn't mean that unions aren't necessary. Unions have made sure that people get health insurance, dental insurance, making sure that their kids are provided for, so that way they don't have to worry about going in debt, because our country pays the most in healthcare costs than any other developed nation, but yet our quality of care is among the worst of any developed nation. Now, a lot of companies and corporations are saying, well, listen, we take care of our workers, so what if we just paid you a little bit more money, but we don't give you health insurance, we don't give you dental insurance, and you work in a very vast, big business like oil business or ship container business, something like that. It's not going to really guarantee anything, because then where's the incentive? Especially with
contractors do that every day.
Well, but the thing is, like, it's driving up healthcare costs are still going up, cost of living is still going up, and yet you say, "Hey, I'm just going to give you like 10 extra bucks on your paycheck," because like Murray Industries, he's a coal miner basically. I know I'm gish galloping, but like this guy basically said, "Hey, listen, I'm not going to pay. I'm going to gut all these OSHA safety regulations, but I'm going to give you a bonus here." And it was like 10 cents basically. So this is the accountability we're talking about, where there are these people out there. It's like, yeah, he's got all these billions of dollars, but if he's not willing to take care of his workers, why the fuck should anybody work for him then?
Because they want a paycheck. Because he'll write a check at the end of the week.
But the paycheck,
and a check at the end of the week is better than the unemployment line in most cases.
But the paycheck doesn't actually help you take care of your financial needs. Like, doesn't help you make sure it didn't help you during, like, for example, the cost of living is still going up, but your paycheck hasn't increased. And like, for example, you need health insurance. But
I know a lot of contractors right now that do not have any form of health care. They do not have any form of anything. And they're probably making more money right now than they ever have.
Well, I just a quick, point of, I guess, preference, privilege, whatever, right?
Sure.
I think it is important to note, right, that passenger railways and freight like work in kind of an ecosystem together, right? Freight train companies own a majority of the railways, and one of the ways that they supplement their income is through passenger train systems. And like, I just feel like if you're trying to give like an example of how capitalism is like failing in a certain area and needs to be buffed by, unions and things of that nature and fought against, maybe not use an example where the only passenger railway system is owned by U.S. Congress.
Ooh. Not necessarily, because you have to understand something, because like, if
no,
you're just no, you gotta listen.
I thought it was owned by Warren Buffett.
No, all of the preferred stock is owned by the United States government.
I did not know that.
But anyway, as I was saying though, regarding this, like, if you're just going to tell me it's like, okay, well, capitalism, great, no restrictions whatsoever, that's not a good argument, honestly. There has to be some
argument.
No, there has to be some level of regulation, essentially, because you can't say
market regulation.
No.
Why?
Regulations are actually necessary, because without regulation, you've got situations like, for example, I can pull up a good example about this, like the triangle.
While you're doing that, can I ask Lactoid a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
While you're pulling that up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Lactoid, you're an attorney, correct?
Yeah.
Are you a member of a labor union? Do you guys have a union for attorneys?
Sort of. I would argue
benefit
the bar association sort of operates
Sure.
like a union.
It's like a
but
guild, maybe more
it's-
like.
Yeah, guild.
well,
yeah.
but the line here between
Professional
union and
organization.
guild is like pretty. It's,
Mhm.
Or a cartel?
I wouldn't call or cartel. Unironically, yes. Unironically, yes.
It is. It is like
I think that the bar associations fit very much closer to a cartel, but I think cartels, unions, guilds, all these kind of share a lot in common. So,
Mhm. I mean, thank God for Texas. They won't need to pass the bar anymore, right? You can get a lawyer off the street.
sure.
So,
Look,
that'd be
dope.
just to be clear, I have long been in favor of removing the requirement that you be licensed with the bar in order to practice law, despite the fact that it would hurt me financially, right? Like
I agree with it for most things. Real
I
estate.
benefit.
Isn't there a TV
there's-
show about
there's
that called
plenty.
Suits?
I don't watch lawyer TV shows. 'Cause
Look,
I
if
can't stand
you've
them.
got a great memory, I mean,
But
It drives him up the wall.
no,
Yeah.
it's
actually
just
love
like
Suits.
it's like how
Terrible show, but I
doctors
love
don't
it.
like watching medical shows. I mean, I totally understand it. Because you're just like, oh my god, it feels like I'm at work, but I'm not at work.
Mhm.
But what the bar association does, in large part, not entirely, but in large part, is it creates an artificially restricted economy, right? It creates an artificially restricted pool of people who do this service, which allows us, as lawyers, to charge you guys ridiculous fees. Because if there was more competition, then we could not get away with charging such high fees, especially if, for like lower level grunt legal work, which is most of the time what people need, can be handled by like some paralegal alone, which, by the way, lawyers are paying to do the work and then signing their name on and then handing it over with a inflated bill to begin with. And this system is really possible because of the kind of cartel nature of the way the bar association works. But I would argue that unions, especially unions that get exclusive contracts with the government or with dominate specific industries, operate almost entirely the same way, right? Like if there's only one place to go in order to accomplish an a certain goal, and that place is a unionized facility, that union has tremendous amounts of negotiating power to negotiate, a whole bunch of shit for their workers, raise that price up, and other people can't compete because they don't have that exclusive contract.
So Scott did a thing on the medical field not long ago. It was the health
Healthcare
club
lodge system.
Yeah. And it was
Right.
the same thing, right?
Yeah,
That was just
yeah. I mean, essentially, to make an
exclusively
incredibly
through licensing.
long historical thing short, the AMA and most of the medical regulations and laws that we have in place are, they were designed to benefit the rich and the wealthy elite, as opposed to because poor people were, collectively negotiating for the labor of doctors, and they felt very offended by this, and they thought that it was dangerous, and minors and fraternities were creating vastly cheaper forms of healthcare. But of course, the current healthcare system, is one that is made by the rich to benefit the rich, as opposed to a free market capitalist system, right? Where you could, where you would come together in fraternal societies and pay dues. I mean, like the difference. I mean, they were claiming, several states made them illegal. They started putting regulations on them that were burdensome. Because it was too cheap, right? Capitalism makes healthcare costs too cheap, so they needed socialism to save the wealthy elite, which is usually the case when socialism comes in. And that's just the history of the healthcare industry in America. That if we had a free market again, we would have drastically cheaper healthcare costs.
Can you show me where this free market healthcare is working right now?
We don't have free market healthcare system.
Yeah,
I just
like where in
explained
the
why
world?
that was
Where in the
destroyed.
world?
Yeah.
I
mean,
I don't think you have one.
Right. Like, I mean, it's one of the most regulated industries in the
So
entire
it's like
world.
a hypothetical.
Truck driving is also.
Well, it's not a
regulated
hypothetical. We have
industry.
historical examples where
but
capitalism drove the prices of healthcare down so
and
low
there's-
that
and
doctors
actually,
started petitioning
I'm
the
gonna-
government
but
to
there's also-
regulate.
I'm going to
to
back Scott
regulate
up
it.
here a little bit. That while it's not a free system, however, China has been deregulating certain aspects of healthcare over the last 20 years. One of them being dentistry, and that has actually the quality of dentistry has gone up, even though it's free market and there's no union or there's no. I mean, obviously, there's some government interference because it is China, but
China's a mixed bag because they don't have IP, right? So in some ways, they're more capitalist than us.
Yeah, they are
in most
exceedingly
ways,
capitalist, and literally the minute they deregulated dentistry and said, okay, it's no longer state only facilities. The second they did that, 30, 40 dentists went private, and they started building. And actually, there are corporate dentist outfits in China now. That
which is it's just important. It's difficult to state the lack of IP regulations. Very, very minimal IP regulations make some of the equipment that is necessary in healthcare drastically cheaper. Right, when you have companies that own the rights to MRI machines, and just go to any hospital, there's so much medical equipment, and then they have. There's like no right to repair because of the patent system on this. So they have their own mechanics and their own people. And so the government protections that are anti-capitalistic that they give towards these corporations is like a problem that isn't seen as much in China, which drastically lowers the cost.
And that's
of
the problem with social
lobbyists. Well, that's also the problem with lobbyists. Like you got big pharma people that are basically buying the influence, but that's a totally different bag of cats. But to kind of answer your question, because I didn't want to forget about this.
Yeah, I want to come back. Yeah, let's get back to it. Now he's had time to look it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
So,
that is the Austrian class analysis, though. That's very important that you point that out, the lobbyism, because that is how socialism works, and that is how corporations gain power in an unfree market by regulatory capture of the state, so that the regulations benefit the wealthy elite instead of a truly free market.
But the same issue though is that like without regulations, essentially you have issues like the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire, where they didn't have any safety regulations and people burned up in there. If you don't have regulations keeping companies in check, like for example, truck driving, one of the most heavily regulated industries in the entire. Do you think there should be regulations for truck driving?
Well, bringing up truck driving, I think is really interesting. No, obviously, right? I think the market should regulate this. Well, I think truck driving is a really interesting example because truck driving could have been so much more in this country. We could have had so much economic productivity. But again, kind of going back to the railway system, there were government protections up until the 1980s that made it incredibly difficult to have any trucking across the country because the government regulated most trucking to only be interstate, as opposed to allowing them to cross the state, because this bullshit idea of like interstate commerce that the government is allowed to impact. And so we actually kept trucking from being able to lower prices of goods and services throughout this entire country because the state regulated the economy for the benefit of the railway industry and rail freight, until they finally realized in the 1980s that was an untenable position. They finally, let loose a little bit, and that drastically reduced the prices on so many goods and, allowed us to live a more prosperous life because the government got out of the way of that. And so I feel like that's one example of how regulations on trucking industry have deeply impacted and harmed everyone in America by driving up prices and making the cost of production so much worse.
Well, not necessarily, but here's the reason as to why, because those regulations are in place for a reason. Like, for example, in order to get a CDL, what are some things you need to do? You need to go through a certified course. You need to have a certain amount of hours on the road. And then before you actually become certified, you have to actually prove like 40 hours out on the road with a certified trainer. These are all necessary for a specific reason, because everyone's been making a big stink about certain people driving like, people that are not citizens. Those are regulations, and I'm okay with those regulations because you want to make sure that people are proficient of driving within this country, just like in any other country, essentially. Regulations are there in place.
No.
Yeah, but those
I
are
agree.
regulations.
I just don't think the government should be involved. Like, you should let the market do that. I think insurance companies would be way more efficient at determining the skill and the risk assessment of drivers based upon their skill. Like, that is what insurance companies do.
No, but the problem is insurance companies, they don't really give a shit about the people or the companies. They care about one thing, and that's making a massive profit. They don't like
based. That's why they'll be more efficient.
Because but hold on. But if they get sued and they lose out on that profit, they're probably going to be
that's the risk, right? That allows them to be super efficient in determining what is actually the right level of skill.
Why do we have maritime law?
We're going to put all these rules.
Why do we have maritime law the way it is?
Otherwise, we're going to get sued.
Well, I can't comment on maritime law because I don't know.
It's easy. Lloyd's of London, who's been insuring ships since the fucking East India Company, said there has to be a standard for ship captains. There has to be a standard for your ship before we will insure it. And they have forced international standards for every company that wants to actually have insurance, and nobody will do business with someone that's not insured, or very few. I mean, I'm sure that there's some fly by night shit, but
well, isn't it the cargo that's insured actually?
no, it's the ship itself.
I thought it was like the cargo and the ship was like separately insured. I could be wrong. I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure that there's all kinds of deals, but
I can't comment on maritime.
Explain maritime law to all of us.
Well, I'm not going to. I don't know specifically about Lloyd,
maritime law.
Maritime
No, that's
law.
what we want from you now.
Yeah.
So maritime law is a little bit of a meme.
But I think we're kind of getting away from the topic though.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
But
Just
I think what they're talking about is that going to get insurance, especially as a company, isn't so simple as just like, oh, I've got insurance. There's a bunch of rules that these companies have in order to get insurance with them, and especially whatever risk pool that you qualify for, because insurance companies don't want to insure a liability that's going to cost much more than they're able to get from them in terms of premiums.
I can
ultimately,
elucidate this
real quick. Ultimately, is this going to be enforced by the state? I think so. I think ultimately private lawsuits are enforced by the state, right? If you get a judgment, who's going to enforce that? It's going to be the state. But this is still a different kind of enforcement, I think, than large amounts of very minute regulations that don't keep up with changing industries, that don't keep up with innovations in specific industries. And a lot of those regulations are noted for being innovation stifling for a reason, right? Because they will regulate something, and if the industry changes to no longer need that, there's always going to be a delay before the law catches up with where the industry is currently at.
So I want to ask one thing, and very quickly. I don't want to make a big thing about this. I want to ask that one thing, but then I want to recenter this conversation because we moved
back on labor strikes and general strikes.
Sure. Yeah.
Are we going to talk about the incident too at all?
Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely fine. Okay. But just one question, and I'll just take your answer, and I won't make a big back and forth. Maybe we can talk about it later. But the civil rights movement, you had a whole point about when protests are actually useful. Specifically, you're talking about strikes, but the civil rights movement was a situation where it was decades in the making. Right, of fights and starts and stops and a lot of failures. The civil rights movement was also a labor movement. That was a component in that. Would it be your contention that that only succeeded because now the labor of Black individuals was such that it forced the state to respond or anyone else, like corporations as well, right? I mean, the power of their
civil rights,
right, in terms of customers.
There's going to be some truth to that. I think the civil rights movement is a bit unique, right? Because we're dealing less so with an employer in a voluntary transaction and their ability to engage with their employees versus state impositions, right? Because it is important to note in the Jim Crow South that it was not just that the civil rights movement is guaranteeing certain quote unquote rights, which is really just a violation of human rights. Like the civil rights movement was a horrific failure in American philosophy and an abandonment of the Enlightenment because it enshrines protections against the rights of individuals to freely associate. But it's important to note that was a double-sided coin, right? That there were actually employers that were secretly hiring Black people, that there were employers that, because of Jim Crow South laws from the state, were forced to not be able to, forced to separate people. They were forced to have, if they even wanted to, petition to be able to have Black people there, they had to have separate water fountains and separate bathrooms. They couldn't have communal spaces, right? Much of the laws of the Jim Crow South were an imposition on not only on the labor, not only on the people, but also on the businesses in their ability to freely associate. And then the pendulum swing is, of course, to get rid of the freedom of association based upon, on the basis of race and things of that nature, which, I think was wrong. But yeah, I would say that there is also some truth to the fact, right, that there is a growing value of labor and a need for that population. and a frustration not only from the people but also from some of the employers that is certainly going to lead toward that success.
Okay, I'll leave it there. But thank you for that.
So-
Socrates. Right.
Yeah. So I mean, to get to back to the broad topic, ICE continues its rampage. I do have some questions. So I have 6 questions. I'll put them out, and if anybody wants to butt in any of them, I'm interested to hear. So 1, does the First Amendment protect free assembly and filming cops? Does the Second Amendment protect the right of a concealed carry holder to bring a gun to a protest? Is Alex Preddy, a VA nurse who treated veterans, a terrorist? Does it make sense to detain Indigenous Americans, and where should they be sent back to? Is there any line that ICE or DHS should not cross? And at the point that ICE and DHS have killed more Americans in the first month of the year than undocumented immigrants, at what point do they become the problem? So, open to anybody. Any question? I can put these in.
Yeah, I'm writing them
also.
down.
Yeah,
hopefully
if you could,
see-
yeah, put them in the group DM so that we can just take a look.
Mhm.
All right. Well, I
Does that
wrote
work in
them.
the
I
StreamYard?
wish you-
Yeah, just
Or-
put
in
it
the
in
Discord.
the Discord. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I'll answer them. 1, yes. 2, yes. Although I'm surprised that Democrats believe this after
Believe it when it's convenient.
the Rittenhouse situation, where the number
So
one
you're
objection
saying
that I've gotten was, well, he brought a
you-
gun to a protest.
You do believe that the First Amendment protects against filming, and then the second
Protects
one
for
does
filming.
Second Amendment protect the right of concealed carry holders to bring to protest? You say yes. Okay.
Yes. The Second Amendment protects the right to keep and bear arms. I just,
Okay.
again,
In
think
accordance
it's-
with state laws.
I just think that it's hilarious, once again, that this is all of a sudden, like, once again, Democrats are very pro 2A in this very niche case, when Kyle Rittenhouse, again, the number one objection that I got, besides crossing state lines, again, hilarious, enforcing a border, was possession of a firearm at a protest. 3, is Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist? No, I don't believe so. 4, I could be proven wrong, but from what I've seen, I don't think so. 4, detaining Indigenous Americans depends. There could be circumstances in which you'd want to detain Indigenous Americans, just like you would want to detain anybody, sure. 5, any line that DHS shouldn't cross? Yes, of course. I think everybody here, even the most extreme, like, get them all out of my country, I think even they would be like, yeah, if they started, like, just, opening
Wait a minute.
fire into people's houses, that probably wouldn't
But
be okay.
but for 4, like in terms of the Indigenous Americans, it seems clear. And Socrates can correct me if I'm wrong. That he means like should DHS agents, immigration agents, detain Indigenous Americans, and then where should they be sent back to? That's seemed to be what the
Well,
implication is
wait,
there.
when we're talking about detaining,
to
we're talking about
America.
deporting. Are we saying should Indigenous Americans be deported? Yeah, if they're Indigenous, if we're talking about like people like Native Americans born in America, they would not
Yeah.
be.
Socrates,
they'd be,
yeah,
Amer-
do
they'd
you
be
wanna-
American citizens. They wouldn't be deported anywhere.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Socrates?
And then, yeah, I mean, 5. You started to answer. I was just curious. You're doing an awesome speed run, so I'm just loving hearing your responses.
Sure. Any line
okay.
the DHS shouldn't cross, of course. I think everyone agrees with that. Even the most hardcore MAGA person's going to say, no, I don't want ICE just like, rolling down the street, just firing into people's houses. I mean, that's like an extreme example. I think for me, the line is much before that, like for most people. But again, I think everyone's going to agree with that to some extent. And then 6, considering that DHS has killed more people than illegal immigrants within this first month, does this indicate that DHS is some sort of problem? Not necessarily. It would depend on the circumstances of those deaths, which is, I'm sure, what we're going to talk about at some point. And we have talked about before regarding some of the other incidents. And then also, I don't think we're talking about a time scale here in which we can honestly evaluate if we're talking about the first month within a specific localized area.
For the 5, I'm actually curious what you think about the warrant thing.
I got a problem with that. In
got
terms
a
of being
problem
able
with
to go
that?
into a house without a warrant. Yeah, I'm
You
not
just
a fan.
start like grabbing people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
And
now,
so
now, I understand that was like there was a memo about that. I haven't seen indication that they're doing that yet, And my belief is that
Yeah.
if they tried, well, here's my belief. My belief is if they tried to do that, that would quickly be stopped. That's my guess. And if it,
Well,
for whatever reason, isn't, then I'd have a problem with that for sure.
And
okay, so
and stopped by who, and also how would that interact with question 2?
By whom?
Legally
Well,
speaking.
no, like legally
Okay, sorry.
stopped by the courts. I'm not talking. And sure, there probably would be an increase of use of force incidents if they started doing that, right?
I mean, they've been using force the entire time. Like they've been used, like the force has been used against the citizens, like literally the entire time. But I actually want to. I'm glad you brought that up. In terms of the warrants situation, right? So I want to catch up the audience in case they don't know, right? So one, there's a secret memo floating around. There's a secret memo supposedly within ICE, within DHS, that says that you can go into these. It has an alternative route to go inside a person's house, and it's an alternative way of like explaining to ICE officers like what their abilities are. That doesn't seem to quite align with like federal regulations. And with this secret memo, this is according to insiders, right? One person who's
People
supposedly,
familiar with the president's thinking.
people. No, not the president, right? Within immigration officials. But
I'm making a joke because media
Yeah.
would just like report whatever rumor they heard, and then they would use something like people familiar with the president's thinking.
Yeah. So anyway, they've said, like immigration officials have said that this memo is secret, and you can't. There's not copies given to anyone, right? There's only a few people in the upper echelons.
Anybody filed a FOIA?
Have that. Oh, 1 sec. Only a few officials have it, right? And then they relate it to you. Like you have to, if you are going to see it, they just show it to you. You can't take notes. You can't like take a picture or anything, right? You can't. From there, it's orally transmitted to everyone else. That's what they're saying. So it sounds like a secret memo that they don't want anyone else to know about. Don't want anyone else to have copies of. But they're telling that they're training their officers on this secret memo. So that's the issue there. Also, there's an issue of the warrants, right? You should for officers to enter into a home. You need a judicial warrant, right? Judicial warrant signed by a judge. Now ICE is using administrative warrants, and these aren't warrants at all. They are basically forms. I believe it's the I-250 form that's signed by an ICE official, some other ICE official, a form given to them to another ICE official that says you have permission. This is not legal, right? They call it administrative warrants again to confuse individuals, and they'll show it to people within their homes. Oh, I got a warrant. They don't have a goddamn warrant, right? It's bullshit. And so they've been using this to illegally enter homes. J.D. Vance, and this is where I was going to with all this, J.D. Vance made a stirring defense of all this. J.D. Vance tried to obfuscate what was happening. J.D. Vance, the known liar, obfuscated all this and tried to pretend that, this is not happening. We have administration applied to, we maybe have administrative judges signing administrative warrants, but I don't know. I just kind of want to move past this. He's been trying to obfuscate this issue and defending the practice. I can bring it up. I can bring up the actual video of him doing that. J.D. Vance, the liar. So I'm wondering, at one point, my question here that I'll leave it off here. I'm wondering, Lagtoid, at what point do you finally stop supporting this individual, right? J.D. Vance backing what seems like, maybe you have a different idea, right? A lawless organization who is making up their own rules, ignoring the Fourth Amendment, I believe, and J.D. Vance backing them and lying about them. At what point are you against the lies? At one point do you stop supporting J.D. Vance?
Okay.
When he says
so
tax lactoid more.
You've asked me a couple of times this. My answer is still the same. I'm as long as he's running against the likes of Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. Not yet. Not yet. If he was running against somebody better, maybe. But as long as he keeps running against Tim Walz, not yet.
So, yeah, see,
What if he's running against somebody that mugs him? Huh?
My problem.
Did you think about that?
My problem with you Lactoid is, once again, you pretend to have these values, these principles, but it's basically team sports with you. Red team versus blue team. That these things never come to play. When it's people who are promoting, protecting, and advocating for massive state violence, Libertarian Lactoid backs them. Oh, I don't know, Tim Walz might be on the other side of the ticket, right? And so he's got to vote for them. He's got to support them. When it comes to them violating civil rights, Libertarian Lactoid tells you, well, there's no other choice. I still got to back them, right?
Can we stop that?
Got to win.
If you're going to keep saying that, can you throw some sarcasm in the word libertarian a little deeper?
Sorry,
Appreciate it. Thank you. Because real libertarians over here just say fuck ICE and fuck politicians.
I agree. Real
Thank
libertarians. You. That was my implication, friend. Sorry. Real libertarians.
Like classical liberal Lactoid. Classical liberal Lactoid.
Classical liberal Lactoid. Yes. Supports them no matter what. So I'm just saying your principles are bullshit, Lactoid. That's the point I'm getting at here.
Sure. Well, so a couple things. First of all, I'm glad to hear that Scott, he believes that true libertarians say fuck ICE, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure your evolution to being an open border libertarian was pretty recent. So I'm assuming that you weren't a true libertarian for how long have we been doing panels for? I mean, how many years has that been?
Since we've been doing panels, I've always openly stated that it should be illegal to deport anybody unless they were a criminal. But yes, my stance on border enforcement specifically.
Wow.
No, not criminal according to the state. I mean like a natural law criminal. Like I've like Tren de Agua or something, right? Like I've no issue with one gang taking out another gang. But yes, it is true that I have removed from a bordertarian on that position because I realized the flaws in hoppy.
You evolved into a true libertarian.
Yeah, well, I had some unlibertarian beliefs.
Where once he was lost, now he's
he was a socialist, right? And then he became a libertarian.
There's
hope for me yet.
The difference is
there's hope for me yet. Maybe I will
those
evolve.
Principles. I derived those opinions from the NAP. I had done so incorrectly,
erroneously beforehand.
But you deny the NAP, right? Which is
but
kind of like part and parcel of not being a libertarian.
But in erroneously applying the NAP, you were committing yourself to some modicum of socialism, weren't you?
Yeah, for sure. Like
one drop.
This
rule.
is an evolution,
right? Sure. And the one drop rule means that you were a socialist.
I started prime
can you answer that
panels
question?
as a minarchist.
Well, hold on. Can you answer that? Like up until you changed your mind because of that
like
one drop,
make him look bad.
You were a socialist that whole time, weren't you?
No, I still argue that I had not denied the NAP. Like, you can be incorrect about an opinion, but if you're intentionally denying the NAP, that's different than a one-drop rule.
Well,
like, people can have wrong opinions, right? Like,
if I accepted the NAP,
like plenty of NAP theorists, right, are going to disagree on like homesteading principles of sound on property and like how that works. And like, there are plenty of things I'm probably wrong on some things right now as we speak, and that those opinions will evolve at some time.
Well,
but I'm not rejecting the NAP, right?
Well,
like,
you're
rejecting the very thing that is the axiom of libertarianism.
What it seems to me, though, that earlier you've described me as a socialist because I've held anti-libertarian beliefs, right? And holding any of them would appear to designate me as a socialist because of your literally one-drop rule that you implemented.
That's okay. He's called me a socialist at least 5 times.
I'm not offended. I just think it's, again, a little funny. A little funny because it would seem then, Scott, that if I were to simply keep all of my same prescriptions and all of my same beliefs, but then say, assuming that you believe me, that they were all motivated by the NAP,
right? Which obviously I wouldn't, right?
Sure, but assuming that you would, all of that was motivated by the NAP. Now I'm a true libertarian in your mind, right?
Well, I think you'd have to do an investigation, right, on like, how you're deriving all of these anti-NAP things from the NAP
through dumb total mental gymnastics, blah blah blah. But you still believe me when it comes to me believing in the NAP and genuinely believing that all of my beliefs stem from that.
I would believe that you believe, if presuming I believe that you believe in the NAP, but that you're wrong on a bunch of shit, right? Then I would believe that you're a bad libertarian that believes in socialist things,
But a
that
real one.
needs to be educated.
But a
Real
real
Potentially.
one.
bad libertarian.
Potentially, this
Potentially.
is potentially like this is a fun thought experiment. I do agree, right? Because it's like the essence of being a libertarian is the axiom of the NAP, and so the question is can you be wrong, right? Unintentionally wrong.
Okay.
You can't intentionally be wrong.
It feels very religious,
Can
by
we-
the way.
can we get back to
the central,
topic?
regardless of the denomination, the central figure you have to accept is Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Once you, then you're a Christian. Okay, everything else, bells and whistles we can argue about. Fair enough. One question
Plenty of
I
bad
wanted to
Christians out there, right?
So,
Plenty of
hold on.
Christians that are
I
wrong.
want you to address what I said about your.
I'm going to.
principles
I'm
of
going.
okay.
And then I'm going to ask a question. Okay.
I didn't take it here.
Yeah. Well, fair enough.
Investigation,
Yeah. I mean, I think I think that you can be politically, and this is you obviously, because you didn't vote for the Democratic ticket in 2024, maybe have a different perception about this, that I'm not going to be able to get you on hypocrisy on. If you did, then I would get you on hypocrisy on this, just to be clear. And I'm assuming that everyone else here voted for one of the two major parties in the election besides Corey, of course.
I illegally voted.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So,
immigrant.
How many times?
So if they attack me for this, then I'm
Dozen.
easily going to be able to get them for hypocrisy. But you, it's going to be harder.
Coming to Virginia soon.
So I don't think that you're being hypocritical here. My perception of principles and values is that you can hold them and they can serve to guide you, but there's pragmatic realities that exist within the political sphere. And for me, unfortunately, I've sort of come to accept, after voting for the losing libertarian candidate for 2 election cycles in a row, that I didn't want to have a worse option have an advantage than a better option. Do I mean a good option? No, I mean a better option. So do I recognize that this thinking ultimately is a thinking that supports a 2-party system in the first place in the aggregate? Probably, right? But unfortunately, like, the argument is, it's a pretty convincing argument still, like, that is the reality we live in. The turd sandwich with the douche. And I made a calculated decision where, yes, do I think that, do I agree with everything that they've done? No, of course not. And I think I've been pretty good at sticking to my principles and criticizing the administration when they do something that I disagree with. I have been very outspoken about some specific things they've done that I think are particularly bad, both on these panels and also on Twitter. That doesn't mean that I think they're going to be better than Tim Walz, who I think is genuinely awful. I think Tim Walz is very bad. And there's few people I can think of who I wouldn't vote for over Tim Walz, actually, to say it up front.
Would you vote for me over Tim Walz?
100%.
So
Let's
you can
go.
You can understand. I don't understand your level of animosity towards Tim Walz, right? However, you do know my animosity towards Donald Trump, right? And so I understood what the stakes were. And I didn't vote for either, right? Like, fuck Kamala Harris, fuck Biden, fuck Trump. Like, that's the only way of doing it. And like, so I'm not
He's getting more libertarian every day.
Well, and this is the problem. Like I said from the very beginning, I'm not going to be able to get you on hypocrisy here. Like, the way that you operate on this is just a different way of thinking. I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong. It's just a different way of thinking, right?
Yeah.
Like you have this. You're going to be able to say that, like, yeah, like I'm uncompromising, even in the face of certain political realities on this thing, right? I will not, in your opinion, you will not vote for a genocide, no matter what.
Absolutely not.
That is your position. I understand that.
Absolutely not. And so, like, and I'm not going to try to beat you up over the vote, right? This is in the past and moving forward, okay? Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm concerned about, is moving forward. I'm not saying, hey, like, disavow your previous vote. I'm talking about disavowing this individual now in the future, who honestly keeps lying.
Who's going to run against? Who's going to run against them?
This doesn't make.
Wait,
no.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I disavow any lies that he said. Yes.
My friend. Here's the issue, right? Like, at some point, right? Like you have there must be a lower limit, right, to what you will accept, right? And the reason why I focus on the libertarian aspect is because as a supposed libertarian, right, you're supposed to be against state violence, but here you are, like, you haven't been cheerleading this, to be clear, right? Like you've said, like you're not like some sort of hardcore immigration like hawk or anything like that. No, you've said that, right? But
Yes.
you've defended it like the entire time. You've made excuses for it the entire time. And the person in the White House, one of the people in the White House who's been pushing this and advocating for it, right? JD Vance, you support. At some point, what is the limit here, right? Like, can he go solo? What can he do to lose your vote?
There's some limit.
Hmm.
I don't know.
He's the
What
most
is that
socialist vice president we've ever had in American history. What's your limit, bro?
You made that claim before, and then I brought up like, hey, what about FDR? And you walked that claim back before. You're going to
Said
tell me that
modern
the
American
FDR ticket, like that,
Did I not say modern? Did I misspeak? Because I make the claim often, and
1930s
it's
isn't
usually of
modern?
my lifetime.
When does the cutoff for modern history?
That's fair, because technically it's like modern and then postmodern. Okay,
Yeah.
I mean,
What's
I
the
would say
etymology of
Bill
the word
Clinton.
modern, Scott?
yeah. I mean, since Bill Clinton, right? Like in my lifetime, right? Obviously,
I think
FDR,
you
Woodrow Wilson would be
Yeah.
more socialist.
I think you could.
I'm talking about
probably-
the guys that nationalized industry and Intel by 10%.
Sure.
I'm talking about the people that are running, scams with Larry Ellison and Oracle for TikTok's acquisition. I'm talking about the people that instituted the greatest tax increase since I've been alive in the form of tariffs. Like, these are hardcore socialists compared to any other president before them. And the reason and they've done
more than
nothing
Obama?
meaningful to get.
You think more than Obama?
Here's the problem. I agree that many of Obama's policies were deeply socialist. But the problem is
Obamacare.
any of the ones you don't fight hard to get rid of are ones you're tacitly supporting, right? It's kind of a progression issue. The country is getting increasingly socialist, and you don't do everything you can to fight against them, and you only like fight against them a little bit.
They are fighting. No, stop. They are fighting against Obamacare. They've tried. They tried to repeal it.
Trump
they
has
failed.
twice had
Stop. Yeah.
all
They
three
tried
Concepts of a fight.
They
branches
tried-
of government.
Yes,
Exactly.
and it's
Concept
difficult.
of a plan.
Yes, and they got betrayed by whatever the fuck his name was,
John McCain.
John McCain. Like, yes, there was an
Wasn't he
attempt.
dead?
Yeah.
Not
He
in the
means-
first.
Not at that vote.
Oh,
He wasn't
okay.
dead then.
Yeah.
He's dead now, right? Or
He's dead.
is that-
Yeah, he's dead now. He's
far as I
correct.
know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, he's dead now. Yeah,
I'm
But
not
his
sitting on
mom
QAnon and-
is still alive, by the way.
that's crazy.
Holy
Just
You
throwing
also,
that out
you-
there.
you- another thing that Trump did was he reduced the individual contribution, or what is it, the shared responsibility contribution payment. He dropped that down to 0 because that was within his discretion. He's been
He's done some.
consistently
He's done
pushing
some pro
against
market
expansions of that. Yeah, so when you're saying the most socialist president, or I guess vice president here, I mean I don't think so. And if
He has
that is
different
the case,
values than
if-
left wing socialists.
If that is the
I agree
case-
with you on that.
Yeah, if that is the case, it's only by virtue of the fact that we are trending towards socialism, and every president's been a bit worse than the priors going back a long time.
I agree.
It's not-
I agree.
it-
Like that,
yeah.
it is a
So-
2 steps forward, 1 step back situation.
yeah, it's
but
two
on
steps forward,
top
one
of
step
it-
back.
But on top of that, nationalizing industry and having the largest tax increase in my lifetime
Yeah.
is pretty fucking socialist.
Yeah, sure, and I am not going to defend government
And he's all
acquisitions
for.
of Intel.
He's all for.
And
right,
I'm not
he's all
gonna
for
defend-
socialist. Right,
and
but
I'm not
you're
gonna
kind
defend
of
tariffs.
defending him by being
No!
like, "Well, who's worse,
Scott,
man?
Scott,
I still support him
Scott,
because
Scott,
Tim Walz would be worse."
have I defended the tariffs ever?
I don't believe so. I mean, we've talked about them a lot, right? So maybe
Yeah.
at one point you defended aspects
No.
of them, but
No,
not
I've criticized.
right. Like in terms of like
Sure.
a
I
tool or
defended
something. But
I
yeah,
defended some very niche like defense related tariffs on China specifically. I
Mhm.
wholeheartedly opposed tariffs that were across the board, and I've consistently done that both here and once again on Twitter. Like, I am not above criticizing this guy for the things that I think that he does wrong, but what I'm sensing a little bit is
Well, you
what
disavow it.
Prime is trying to get. Yes, I disavow all the bad shit. Yes, but What I
But-
think is happening.
That's all you had to say.
I said that.
Not
I
quite.
literally said before I
Not- not-
disavow all the
not
lies.
quite.
I disavow the
I
bad
wanted,
shit.
I wanted more of that for me.
Yeah, I know.
But-
I know it. I know Prime wants
Yeah,
more than that. That's what I'm
yeah.
trying to explain. What I think
Ugh.
Prime wants me to do is disavow the person and make some sort of commitment that I'm not going to vote for them again, regardless of who they run against next time. Am I right, Prime?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what he wants, Scott, and I'm not going to give that to him right now.
Saying at some point that they like, can there be something that disqualifies them, right? And can you name that right now?
Yes,
Can you name it now?
yes, right now I can name it. If they pack the court, that is a disqualifying action without question.
All right. Okay.
So
That's it.
So
And then I had
Yeah.
a question I wanted to ask for Socrates here, and really, I guess the panel.
and I'll let you do that.
Um,
I just want to say this one thing, and then you and Socrates
Okay.
can have your back and forth, right? So it's something I just want to say to you personally, Lactoid, right?
Yeah.
Lactoid, you know, and you've seen me do it, right? You've seen me bring the same energy to liberals, right? Because fuck liberals, fuck
I don't think you're hypocritical.
hypocrisy. Yeah. Fuck their hypocrisy. They talk about these morals, these values, these things that don't exist, right? And they prove that all the goddamn time. And so I bring the same energy, but like it's not a dislike towards you. In fact, Lactoid, I tend to like and respect you a lot more than any of those fucking liberals who are supposedly ideological closer to me, right? I think the reason why I push you on this is because, like, I've said this many times before. I think you're better. And so you've never seen me push Gibbs on this because Gibbs is
He said he can fix you.
right?
He can fix you. That's what
Yeah,
he's
he can
saying.
fix
But he
can
can't fix
you.
Gibbs, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
Gibbs is
so
unfixable.
That's why I have these interactions with you, right? It's because I respect you so much. So I'll leave it there. All
Well, I
right?
know.
That's
I appreciate that. And I like I said before, multiple times, I'm not going to be able to get you on hypocrisy on this because the way you view this is truly different. So Socrates, the question I have for you, and this is it's actually going to be a repeat of one of these questions that I sort of hinted at when I was responding. Do you believe the Second Amendment protects the right of somebody to bring a gun to a protest?
Yeah, I do, and I have a question for you that's related to what you were just talking about, but I don't want to cut short where you're talking. These are separate, but both. Okay, there we go. Focus. Yeah, I 100% do. I think that there's like.
Did you with Rittenhouse?
Sorry.
Did you with Rittenhouse?
Yeah, I did. I supported his right to do that. I never said that he like should have been arrested for that or that was like illegal or should be illegal. I question kind of like the motive. So there's, I'm a pretty liberal, small L bill. I don't know. I grew up in a very liberal area, city, not a lot of guns. Have shotguns a little bit. My if anyone wants to talk about my credentials, I played a lot of first-person shooters. My first shot with a real gun ever was a bullseye with a pistol with iron sights. Guns are really fun. I found out when I shot one, guns are really fun. But there is this like weird streak that I hear in a lot of people where it's not like, okay, a gun is a tool. It's really fun in like a recreational context. When it comes to people, it's like a last ever resort that could ever happen. There's people, and you hear this all the time, and I'm sure that like, other 2A people are like, yeah, I don't like these people either. I don't want them at my range, whatever. But people who are like, oh man, if somebody busts into my house, I'm going to shoot them with so many guns. I don't care how many toddlers are, in the neighbor's house behind my drywall. The people who are just like salivating to have a legally justifiable reason to shoot somebody. That was like a tiny bit of the vibe. I don't know if that was accurate to Rittenhouse or that was media portrayal. I wasn't like obsessing over that story. That was the thing that like put off some kind of sus meter. And then there was like the question of like his age or the state lines, or that was just like question mark. What is the legal process around this? But yes, in general, people who are showing up like in 2020 to the Capitol who are protesting masking, who had guns. The only thing that and the only thing that I ever heard from liberal people was not like, oh, arrest these people for having guns. Oh, they shouldn't be able to do this. What they were saying was like, it kind of feels like if you had somebody who was black, who was protesting for a liberal cause, who was just having a gun in this situation, that they might get a very different treatment, and it wouldn't be this kind of hands off. And then on Saturday, we have somebody who has a concealed carry permit, who never brandished,
that he didn't have on him,
who was never threatening anybody, who was executed, and the justification was, well, he had a gun, and then people are saying, well, why did he bring a gun to a protest? He must have been up to something.
People say a lot of different things.
Let me explain.
That's the issue that I have.
Just quickly, super chat, then I'll go straight to it. It says, thank you, my listening library. Says, the big problem with Rittenhouse is people felt he came there to fight. Thank you, my listening library, for that. But this stuff shows with everything else.
Yeah, and there's a distinction, because somebody could show up with a gun in a situation where there might be tension, and if I think that their thought process, and it seems reasonable in that circumstance, that they're holding a gun to say, hey, like, stay away from the situation, and it gets complicated, escalating, de-escalating. But if my subjective interpretation is that it seems reasonable that what they're doing will and is likely, and they want to deter people rather than looking for a fight, then I'll be very supportive of that.
Just a quick question. Even if he was, quote unquote, looking for a fight, would it be wrong? Why would that be wrong?
I want to hear what Lack
said. So I mean,
it was there to protect private property, right, from communists trying to burn down the city. Wouldn't that be a good thing?
Okay, but that's going to take into a whole different avenue as to like property, like whether blah blah blah. Yeah, the property kind of element, and whether you can use.
It'll get into like logic and reason.
Yeah. I'm more.
I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that.
I understand that you want to get into like the logic and reason, which, by the way, I'm going to agree with you on most of that. But right now, I'm focusing on the very important topic of liberal hypocrisy, which I care about very deeply.
Fair enough.
So according to a YouGov survey that I saw, post acquittal of Kyle Rittenhouse, 3/4 of Democrats thought that he should have been convicted. 3/4.
Well, how do you feel about what I said?
Well, no, I'm gonna tie this in.
Yeah.
So 3/4. There were statements made by top officials, including the governor, the lieutenant governor. Lieutenant governor made some pretty brash statements actually about the situation and the acquittal, and the arguments that consistently kept coming up was, well, he brought a gun to a protest. What did he expect? He was looking for a fight. He was looking for an excuse to use it. He showed up to a protest with a gun. Why else would somebody show up to a protest with a gun unless they were looking for a fight? He crossed state lines with a gun to a protest. This is the number one, by far, objection that I get when I say, actually, look at all the evidence. He was incredibly hesitant to use the gun. He only used it at the last possible moment. His actions throughout the day were indicative that the gun was there for self-defense, and the fire extinguisher and was there to protect property. The fact he was cleaning up the graffiti that was on buildings, that was for the purpose of protecting property. The fact that he was running around giving medical aid to people, doing nothing but pro-social shit. And the gun was there to defend him, and he used it at the last possible moment, even when he flashed it at somebody who was chasing him, and they continue to chase him, right? You look at all that, and still the objection comes, well, why did he bring the gun in the first place? Why was he there? Why was he there in the first place with that gun? And I always thought those objections were fucking crazy. And I shared the rage and the perceived hypocrisy when you get certain people from the administration, like Kash Patel, who made similar statements. You don't show up to a protest with a gun and 2 magazines unless you're looking for trouble. Which that statement has been rightfully disavowed by most 2A organizations. I think it's fucking crazy. I disavow that statement in its entirety. That's bullshit, right? But I don't see how Democrats can. Now, maybe you're the exception. Maybe you're one of the 1/4 that has been consistent the whole time.
Well,
but I know that 3/4. I know that 3/4 of people weren't. They weren't consistent on this. But right now, they're willing to use this and say, well, it shouldn't matter. We care about the Second Amendment. We care about guns, but they don't. They don't care about the Second Amendment, do they? Did they? But they do now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very fair to call that out. I think it was kind of a salacious news story, that subjective interpretation of like, what did this individual have in their mind of what they were trying to do. There's questions of like just kind of like level of competency. I think there's a number of people who maybe saw that and were supportive of 2A, but we're just like not 100% sure that this was like a good situation, or thought that he was a dumbass for having done this. Not that he shouldn't have the right to, or that anything legally should have happened differently. But this subjective interpretation of like literally what did he want to happen? Was he hoping that this would de-escalate things, or was he hoping that he would get to shoot somebody? Which I think you'll acknowledge is a desire that exists among some people that
it exists among some people, but all the evidence in that case indicated to the opposite, including how selective he was. But here's the thing: using your logic, couldn't Republicans? And I think this is what what especially Kash Patel and what some of them are doing is they're saying this guy came here looking for a fight.
So that's when you compare these two cases. Are there any significant differences in the circumstances? So there's one big difference. Kyle Rittenhouse shot and I think killed. Right? Is that? This is like literally
shot 3
like
people,
10 lifetimes ago.
Yeah, shot 3 people, killed 2.
Killed 2. So he killed 2 people, shot 3 people. Alex Peretti never drew his weapon, and he was killed.
I understand. Yes, I understand he never drew his weapon.
So,
but
so
the question
that is a difference.
Yes, but the question is bringing in the gun in the first place, right? Which he did.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then the other thing is his actions at that point. I mean, if you're looking at, if you want to evaluate, like, what is your kind of subjective interpretation of a person, which is what this comes down to, because I think we both acknowledge, legally speaking, okay, Kyle Rittenhouse, I don't know when it comes to like state lines or age or whatever. I'm whatever lawyers or the court say, I accept.
He was allowed. He was allowed to have the gun. The judge. Charge.
Yeah. Then he's legally. I'm not contesting any legal aspect.
Just like Preddy was legally allowed to have the gun. Honestly.
Yep.
I mean,
yeah.
There's no.
But the subjective interpretation of just when you look at this person holistically, what did they attempt to accomplish? That's. I mean, we can go through those facts, but to talk about Alex Preddy, he was a VA nurse who was treating people in the community. His last words were, "Get away from her. Are you okay?" He put his body in between somebody who was shoving this woman and was just saying, "Hey," he was trying to de-escalate and was just...
Hold on. He wasn't just somebody. It was a law enforcement officer in their official capacity.
It was a DHS thug.
It
was a DHS thug, a guy that shoved a woman to the ground that was blowing a whistle like she was.
He's a law enforcement agent.
You might not like federal police,
is fundamentally
law enforcement. Come on.
This is fundamentally what it
I don't really give a shit, but like
no. So assault from police is perfectly legitimate in your eyes.
No.
Okay, that's what he did.
They're authorized to use force when they are. Huh?
What force was necessary to push a woman that was blowing a whistle?
Did she not approach his car?
No, she was standing right
there. Yeah, then you've not watched the fucking video then. I can't take anything you say seriously. You are absolutely fucking bonkers.
Do not shout. Okay, sir, lower your volume. Okay, we're back to normal. Okay, so she was standing in the car, blowing a whistle. Guy comes up and shoves her. Alex Peretti.
That's not how that fucking happened, you idiot.
Let me finish. It's okay. It's fine.
Alex.
Okay, fine. You can say it's more context. Anyway, DHS agent then pepper sprays him, maces him completely. 8 more thugs come around, start kicking the shit out of him.
But details matter, motherfucker.
Yeah. start pistol whipping, kicking the shit out of him.
They did not pistol whip him. That's again, you're making shit up.
Dude,
if you're going to talk, speak intelligently.
I am speaking intelligently.
You are not.
Yes,
you are making shit up.
Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't see them hitting the guy in the side of the face with a fucking pistol. We didn't see that, did we?
No, you did not see that.
Yes, we did see it.
No, you did not.
Don't you fucking
hold up the fucking video right now. Put it. Let's show it. Let's go.
I don't know. I don't think we can show it on Twitch.
Yeah, we can't show it on Twitch, actually.
You can't throw show on YouTube either.
Yeah.
But there are copies of it on YouTube. So here's some context here.
Yeah,
there's
from from bot farming accounts or other people that are big enough to be able to talk to their YouTube rep and shit. But like somebody like me that's like, in the middle of the night with 30 viewers, right? I'm an incredibly small YouTuber. I'm gonna get fucked.
We'll leave it alone.
Just so we're clear, and I've watched I've watched every angle. And my take on this, by the way, is I'm still waiting on more information before I come to a solid opinion as to what happened.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that boat too.
But I do think that there is enough here that the people who are jumping to conclusions, as again always happens following one of these shootings, I think that's just irresponsible, right? So
yeah, what are we missing?
There's two women involved. There's two women, and then there's there's Alex Petty, and then there's the ICE officer. These are like the three kind of main parties involved. You see Alex Petty. He walks out in the middle of the road, and he's got a video camera. You hear whistles everywhere. By the way, these whistles are, I think, a real problem. We're talking about like likelihood of raising incidents of potential for mistake. Try to work with a constant blaring of whistles in your ear the whole time.
Fuck that. Oh,
no, you can say fuck that, but if I can't even fucking watch the video without getting a headache, imagine being there.
Oh
so,
the poor ears of the
the poor ears. I'm just simply saying that it is a human reality. If you have blaring,
if the whistles weren't there
in your ears,
if the whistles weren't there, there is a large possibility. There is a large possibility that the officer that got the gun away would have been able to say clear in between the shouting of a gun and the accidental discharge.
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that does make the situation more chaotic.
Yes.
If the whistles weren't there, if people weren't filming,
the filming's not an stop. Okay, the filming's not an issue.
I'm not defending ICE here. I'm just being objective.
The filming's not the issue. The whistles are an issue. We can fight about that in a second. I think blaring, screeching noises is absolutely going to raise the likelihood of mistake. I think it's a problem. So we have the blaring whistles, and then we have a car that's passing and has to drive around Alex Petty. And behind the car, there's a woman with a brown leather jacket on who it's not exactly clear what she did to provoke the ICE officer, but she is leaning forward, and the ICE officer is his attention is fully on her, and he's walking towards her. So then she starts walking back towards the side of the street that Alex Petty first walked out on, and he starts walking in front to get in between the ICE officer and the brown leather jacket lady. This parka lady then runs from the other side of the car that's parked there right in the curb. And if you're watching the video, you're seeing exactly what I'm talking about, and runs essentially sort of in front of the interaction. The ICE officer reacts by shoving that woman to the ground into the snowbank. And then Alex Petty walks over, and he does put his hands on the ICE officer, on his shoulder, and then a little bit on the front of his chest.
It's almost instantaneous, though.
It's very shortly afterwards. It's very shortly afterwards. Yes. It was in direct response to this. Then the ICE officer pulls out his mace, starts spraying people that are there, and then all the other officers get involved and
get involved.
Down. Now this is the critical moment that I think Scott mentioned, which is. I can send the video if you guys want it. There's a French site that has the uncensored version. At 42 seconds on that video, you hear distinctly gun, gun. You hear somebody yell gun, gun. And in direct response to that, one of the ICE officers, who's not the one who pushed the lady, by the way, or got physical with Alex Petty, you see one ICE officer almost it seems like almost in a panic manner, draw his gun, and then you hear one gunshot. And then there's a short period of time, and then you hear a series of gunshots. Here's the things that are the main thing that's unclear to me. What did that officer think at the time of shooting Alex Petty? And was that first shot an accidental discharge from the SIG that the other officer was walking away with, or was that part of the
SIG sort of
initial officer
P320
shooting?
is like famous.
It's got
for
a problem for
accidental
misfiring.
discharges.
It's got a but it could have been like a defect with the gun. It
Well,
also that specific gun does have a problem. It also could have been an accidental discharge from the officer who was walking away with it.
Yeah, with the and it's grainy. It's really grainy, but it really looks like when the officer's walking away, he has his finger in the trigger guard of that weapon. And
Which would be irresponsible, to be clear.
Yeah, and I mean I just think it's irresponsible. I think it's bad gun handling. I think all of those things.
Assuming that's right.
Assuming, and I don't know that
The video's
accidental discharge
too grainy.
I don't know that.
It is a
I
surprisingly
also want to know.
video.
I also want to know the just like everything else, just out of curiosity's sake, to be more accurate about the case. And this is kind of funny because I think this became popularized with the Cal Rittenhouse court case. Right, is an understanding that is this cell phone footage from something that utilizes AI interpolation to try and clean up images.
Yeah.
And if that is the case, are we
We're already
actually
seeing
seeing
that.
the finger in the trigger well? Or are we actually seeing the discharge of that little smoke?
So-
or is it AI interpolation?
We're seeing that with
not-
the headless ICE officer that's been making its rounds on
Yeah,
Twitter. by
so
the way.
I'm
That's
gonna-
AI.
Right.
I'm going to say just really quickly that while SIGs have a I think undeserved kind of legend right now about discharging in the
I got a
model.
SIG. I got an X-Defender.
Yeah,
I love my
Yeah,
SIG.
it's
but
just that
one-
model, the 320.
It's that specific model. Is
while the
another issue.
P320 has, I think, an undeserved reputation right now of discharging in the holster. Outside the holster, that trigger has to be depressed for that gun to fire. There's no possible way, period, outside the holster. The trigger
Wasn't
has
that
to be
airborne?
Well, I
moved
mean, there's
through.
always like a 0.001%.
Wasn't that
chance.
airman killed when his gun was sitting on the table?
No,
like,
that
not
was
far
that
away
guy
from him?
murdered that guy and tried to pull it off on the thing. That's totally been thrown out.
Did they find that for murder?
That dude's going to prison.
Oh wow, okay.
I mean, the law.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
obviously
I
he's
didn't
got to
know
be
that.
convicted
I didn't
first,
know
but
that
they've got
either.
all the evidence. I think he's confessed to it.
Yeah.
He was trying to play it off and put it
So-
on the SIG.
So
Here's
Shit, I
the
here's the
critical. There's one last thing. The critical piece of evidence that I think is we want to know when that shot is and what the officer who pulled the trigger knew. And apparently, I just found this out just before this debate. Apparently, there's body cam footage.
A lot of
that
body
has-
cam
that
footage.
has not been released yet.
Yeah,
it's
and they're
currently
going through it now.
Well, but here's the thing: like when you actually watch the footage, right? You'll see like the officer in the gray jacket pull the pistol out and walk away. You see the agent behind him switch his hand, I don't know if it was like mace or pepper spray. He switches it from his right hand to his left hand. He goes to his pistol and pulls it out, and then shortly after, that's where he depressed it. So he was right there
because he hears gun.
Yes, if you listen to the audio, on that video.
Because he hears gun. And cops
the gun
pull
was already
guns
gone.
when they hear gun. I'm just.
the gun
I mean,
was- the gun
what
was
are
already
you an
gone.
idiot? You're not understanding this. How hard
The
is
gun
it?
was already gone. The gun was
Did
already
he
gone.
know? Did he know that?
He can't know that.
Stop.
was standing
Did
right
he?
there.
Did he know that a gun
He
was
standing
gone?
right there.
Did
Also-
he think there was a second gun? Was his vision obstructed? We don't know this.
Yes. Almost all cops. You just go interview some. They will tell you that if they find a gun, they assume a second gun. They just assume it.
So my question for Lactoid, I didn't want to ask this before we'd spent at least a little bit of time on the question you wanted to ask me, but
go ahead.
My question for you, which I think gets to, I think a lot of the core of the frustration that maybe me and Alex and Corey and Prime have is,
Lefty.
let's say that you get to the point. So you were saying when it came to what Kash Patel was saying, that you vociferously disagree with this.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for you to vote D.
Okay.
I'm not, but aside from voting differently, aside from expressing on a social media platform,
I've been
like this,
unfairly
that you
left out of the
disagree.
group of people that agree with this.
Oh no! You know what? Yeah, come with. Well, actually, you'll be.
Scott
part of
doesn't
this,
agree with
which I'll
anybody,
talk
so
about. Other than voting differently, other than expressing, oh, I do disagree with this. What will you do now to try to push for something to change? Right? So there's people who say, hey, it's the middle of an electoral cycle. I didn't vote for this guy in the first place, but I want to express I think this is bad. I'm going to protest. Or there's people who say, oh, I'm going to boycott some company that's working with ICE. So there's I can't remember the name of the airline, but boycotts were able to get them to cancel their DHS charter. There's one bank, I think, that has stopped working with them. Citizens Bank is another that's currently being pressured to stop lending for ICE facilities.
Great, right?
So, but like, voting is something that happens, either mid-cycle or kind of main cycles. That's one day that you go out and vote for one person or another. And you can tell us, hey, I don't agree with this. But what kind of actions would you take if you felt strongly enough that something had to be done? What actions would you take today? If you don't think it's a general strike, if you don't think, what would it be? What actions would you take, or what actions would you recommend?
I support a complete and total stoppage of all federal funds to Minnesota immediately.
Okay, so you want the government to crack down. Okay, that's great.
So for me, if you're asking like, I'm not going to get.
Scott got a gleam.
I'm not going to give you a very satisfactory answer here. If you're asking me to like be other than expressing my opinion and voting, which is the vast majority of political involvement that I have right now.
What is thy praxis, sir?
In the first place, like I'm not going. The most.
Give me thine praxis. Or you shall be castigated on the seas of hypocrisy.
The most I did in terms of like actual like physical praxis, I suppose, is what you're referring to, is when I thought the stakes were extraordinarily high at the 2024 election. Other than those specific scenarios, you're probably not going to be able to motivate me to boycott or go out in the middle of winter and protest. I mean, just frankly.
So if you think that what the federal government is doing wrong, let's say, put yourself in the mind state of somebody else who believes that, trying to punish a state that doesn't support you and is defying you and trying to cut off federal funds and send goons to attack people on the street. Let's say you thought that was wrong and that was like a fascist play. Your only response would be stating for the record that you disagree with it, and then voting maybe for somebody different, maybe for the same people in 4 years, depending on where that.
Even though I disagree with it, I think fascist goons is a step too far. I think there's probably a level that you believe this is at that I don't agree with. I think sure. And I think also, and lefties talk about this all the time when they're trying to justify the fact they buy designer clothes or computers. You can only do so much, and my energy.
Don't call them fascist goons. You have to match the energy of the article Prime sent us that was totally not biased. That said Donald Trump's paramilitary forces.
Yeah,
paramilitary.
The Gestapo. They should have wrote Gestapo.
So I
just think it's funny that when they're Trump's ICE agents, they're paramilitary forces, but when they're Obama or somebody else's, then they're just good laws.
If I had infinite time and I could balance,
I just thought it was funny. It was like,
I could
feel
balance
the hate,
and I could balance my full-time job and all the social media important shit that I do, of course, as well as all my other pressing family and personal needs. If I could balance that with also the political activism that I think is important in combating what I see as a problem,
you should run for office,
and also making the time to go to a specific ICE protest in which I didn't feel like I was supporting people that I thought were terrible, but also making it clear that I thought ICE was like kind of going too far. Maybe I would do that. But
it could be super nuanced. It could be like, I support ICE generally, but these particular actions go beyond the scope of what I believe.
Can I put that on a sign? If I put that on a sign, if I put that on a sign, if I put that whole thing on a sign, and I were to go to one of these protests where I said I support ICE, but generally I think they're going a little bit too far, what would happen to me?
You'd be well.
I mean, you might get pepper sprayed.
I might get pepper sprayed.
Yeah, but
how fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? Do you know what Lactoid has done for this country? When he goes to Starbucks, he always orders his drinks with no ice.
I pledge loyalty to the Constitution.
The change you want to see in the world.
Hot drinks only. Look, I'm not calling.
No, he got a cold brew coffee with no ice. Do you know how brutal that is?
I'm going to tell you what would happen to me, Socrates. What would happen to me is I'd get put on one of these signal groups that's currently happening in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, in which, like, very specifically, like a doxing and harassment campaign that these people have white networks about, and are currently targeting not just ICE agents, but media figures that are perceived as being supportive of ICE agents. That's
Or
what
just
would probably
random
happen to me.
white people that are driving an SUV
or
that
random
they
white
think are
people.
ICE.
Yeah.
So then my follow-up question is, if you, and I mean, Scott, Grid, feel free to put yourself on one side of this fence or another. If your advice to us who feel that this is going too far is do nothing, don't general strike, maybe tweet once that you think this is wrong, and then in 4 years, maybe vote for somebody else or don't.
Well, I think
Why
it's
should we-
prescribing something.
Don't
that
limit
I'm
it
not-
to
why should
one.
we-
Prescribe to.
Twice.
Why should we take any of this seriously? Twice. Okay. Wait. Okay. Once on X and once on Blue Sky.
Okay.
That's
So,
See,
right
if
there.
you're on
I
Blue
guess
Sky,
I'm-
I
I'm-
can't
maybe I'm
ally with you.
misunderstanding
Like,
the
that's the
question.
problem.
So my question is, do you understand why we don't really kind of like take this seriously?
Wait, here's why. Let me
Does
explain.
that make sense?
I had the same opinion, just to be clear. Like, I've actually had, it's kind of a similar, a little bit different, but a similar conversation with people around the time just before January 6th of, oh, you expect us to just vote and to make our voices heard? We have to do something more. If something more is this,
Glowy.
no.
Hang Pence.
No, if
Glowy.
something this, maybe. If something if something more is what Minnesota and specifically Minneapolis has historically thought of as more, abso-fucking-lutely not. They should not do anything more, because their definition of more has consistently been burning down the city.
So I will tell you why my I don't expect you to take me seriously in this. Genuinely.
I always take you seriously.
Right, and right.
And I think you look great, by the way. I don't know why people are talking shit about your weight. That's
It's just Corey. Not people. Just Corey.
I've lost a little weight, but mostly I've figured out what my triggers are, and I'm doing a little better.
Got a good
I have a
hairline,
lot
too,
more
by the
energy.
way.
Oh, appreciate it. But I don't expect you to take me seriously on this, right? Because my advice to you or to any other lefty, right, is that if you are of the individual that can eventually become an ANCAP that I'm preaching to you, and if you aren't, then I don't care. Because I am of the opinion that the US dollar is heading towards an inevitable collapse because it is based upon the US petrodollar, and that we no longer have that agreement with OPEC plus, and that we are $37 trillion in debt. And my job is to go onto these panels
Growing
and
now.
do what Liquid Zulu calls Isaiah's job, which is to preach to the remnant. I'm not here to speak to leftists and give them advice on how they can fight ICE, because I don't think that they actually meaningfully give a fuck about ICE. They only care about it from an emotional knee-jerk reaction in the moment because the media is preaching that that's the right thing to do. And I think that most leftists are not actually real in any way, shape, or form, or actually can have any of these convictions, because the overwhelming majority of them didn't give a fuck up until the moment that the media and the corporations started telling them. But there are some that do care and do have those principles. And of those people, if they are willing to listen to the correct philosophy of capitalism and private property rights, when this whole fucking thing crashes and burns and we have to rebuild the system because of an inevitable collapse of the dollar and all of these problems, then hopefully there will be enough people with true philosophical consistency that when we rebuild America, we rebuild something off of libertarian principles and don't make the mistakes of our
third time I've heard
forefathers
this
in going
today.
towards socialism. It's not the third time. I never mentioned Isaiah's job on the stream
That's
earlier
true.
today.
That part's new. That singular part is new.
I'm preaching to the remnant. But real quick, I just
It's
want to
that
answer
scene
your
from
questions.
Fury, right? It's like, send
Right, I
me.
just want to. You had the 6 questions, and I'll answer them.
Yeah.
Briefly.
Number one, genetically resurrect Adam Smith. Okay. What are your
Right. Number one, no, the Constitution does not protect your First Amendment rights in any way, shape, or form. It's a piece of paper, and the government has proven over and over again that they'll wipe their ass with it. It only is a stoppage to the ever-growing, increasing authoritarianism of the state. Number two, the answer is exactly the same as before. If gun organizations and things actually gave a fuck, right, you would see the NRA or other guns rights organizations fighting vociferously for black people in inner city Chicago that had their gun rights violated, but they don't actually give a fuck about gun rights. They give a fuck about
wouldn't
white
see them go
conservative
against the one
people
of Black
writing them
Panthers.
checks, right? You know what I mean? Right.
Yeah.
Number three, The question was, should he be treated as a terrorist? I believe that socialists in many are outlaws, but he's in no way, shape, or form a terrorist because the actions that he committed was engaging in a bar fight that the Border Patrol agents started with their completely insane actions of following that woman across the street. That is the biggest point of contention for me, is that she did back up regardless of whatever occurred. And she did remove herself from the interaction. She was no longer interfering until they followed her, and then they pushed her again. Maybe they didn't push her that hard and she just happened to step back and slip on the ice from the conditions, but nevertheless they followed her and then assaulted her when there was no reason to do that whatsoever. And so when he stepped in, he was stepping in as, you know, and as we have this fantasy that men would do, right? Up until 20 years ago, every man, and until the Andrew Tates of the world came around, would say that this is what a man does, is steps in between another man that is abusing a woman, and that's what patriarchy looks like, right? Alec is a great example of why patriarchy is a good thing, and he engaged in that, and the unfortunate circumstances that follow between that is certainly not the actions of a terrorist, though the BP Border Patrol agents are obviously terrorists. They are the domestic terrorists, and they should be defined that way. Number 4, does it make sense to detain Indigenous Americans? Where should they be sent back to? I don't know what your point of this question was, but no, unless they do something worthy of being detained. It's a weird question. I don't get it.
So there have been,
unless you mean specifically to BPD, or do ICE have the right from a legal perspective to be the ones detaining as opposed to calling the cops? Is that what you're asking?
I think it's mostly highlighting the hypocrisy. I think there were at least 5 Indigenous Americans who were detained by ICE, who were ICE or DHS, and were detained and held, and this rallying cry of send them back to where they came from because they looked Latino, they look brown.
Yeah, I heard reports. I don't know if it's true.
Send them back to where they came from.
I've heard reports. I don't know if it's true that one was involved in in a dispute at a Walmart where they were trying to get one guy and the other guy was uppity or whatever. So they threw him in the van and then dropped him off at a Target 8 miles away. And I was if true, fucking wild. I know it's a different story. I just mean but again, no, they're domestic. They're the terrorists, not Indigenous Americans that happen to be at a fucking protest. 5, is there any line that the ICE DHS should not cross? Yes, the line that they've crossed is existing. They should not exist. At the point that they've killed more Americans in the first month of the year than undocumented immigrants, are they a problem? Same as number 5. And then I just want to add a little thing. We get a little weird in the libertarianism, just a little weird. Practically, it's almost impossible to enforce. But from if ICE had a right to self-defense, which they do not have a right to self-defense, but if ICE had a right to self-defense, then there could absolutely be an argument that certain whistles are actually fucking loud enough to cause problems, and it is an act of aggression. Rather, you can't aggress upon an ICE agent because their job is literally to kidnap and traffic human beings. So whatever you do to them isn't unethical as far as the NAP is concerned. But if they had the right to self-defense, really loud whistles are a fucking problem. And there's nothing we can do legally about it. But if your boy is bringing a loud whistle, will you fucking stop that, please? It's annoying.
Only a good
everybody.
guy with a whistle.
Only a good guy with a whistle can save us from a bad guy with a whistle.
Every time Scott says they're a gang that traffic humans, it's just, you've had to say it 6 times.
It's true. That's
in my presence, and I think it's fucking hilarious every single time he says it.
I don't think it's funny that they're grabbing people off the street and sending them to other states against judges' orders.
I would agree.
Can I say one thing real quick? In Indigenous Americans or Native Americans or whatever, they don't have more of a claim of citizenship than white.
I think there's more irony in saying, "Hey, we're going to send you back to where you came from. You're a foreigner."
Yeah, if they know they're citizens.
There's more irony.
No, I think they have a better claim to the land, but not a better claim to citizenship, because citizenship is of a country that they didn't want to, created in the first place, right?
And
Um,
that
I
they
mean,
weren't
none of
citizens
them
until
fucking
19
existed,
till the
you know,
1920s,
when that was a
right?
thing, right? Like,
Do not
Would you
have
ask-
Fabian explain what the nap. We don't have 4 hours.
Yeah, what the
Yeah.
fuck is this super chat? What?
Drail,
Trail, why the
Drail-
fuck did you go to his channel and donate him money? Like, what? What are you
well,
doing?
hold on.
That's one of my viewers.
He wants you to
Because they're
spend
a genius.
5 hours
Thank
on
you,
this shit.
Drail, right? For being so smart and beautiful and handsome. But yeah, well, I guess they
Trail's
don't
already
know
back in my
that.
chat.
Thank you for the kindness, Trail.
Troublemaker.
He's
But yeah,
actually-
it's really,
he's actually-
I don't need to give a 30-minute explanation. It's the initiation of force. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
And just
Against a
just a note,
person
since-
or justly acquired property, if you want to like really get technical. That's it.
just a note, because you're talking about ICE dropping people off. This is something I found out about just I think today. I've been busy and sleep deprived, so I think it was today that they've apparently been sometimes when they drop people off that they've detained, they drop them off like without a jacket or a cell phone or ID in like a remote area that they could potentially, it's like minus 35 with wind chill right now in Minneapolis. And so there's volunteers who are coming out to
Yeah, I mean
get people to safety.
Yeah, I mean that
Yeah.
pales in comparison to kidnapping people and then sending them to third world
Mhm.
countries that
Just
they fled.
just another
Yeah.
thing that they're doing. That's
Just another thing
but
that they're
but that
doing.
is
people.
that
Yeah.
is kidnapping and trafficking just on a lower
Just
scale.
another
Yeah.
thing that JD Vance would do, and then Lagtwood wouldn't disavow. But anyway, thank you all. I do appreciate you. I want to really respect your time. This was a great conversation. We were all over the place there. We even had time to go over the nap, right, and have an argument. We had everything here, honestly.
always time to take
The
a nap.
nap is the thing that I do too much, and it's why I'm fat. I want to make sure that Corey's questions are answered. All right,
Fewer naps, start running for more questions. Okay.
you got it, and I'll be in shape in no time, boys.
Thank you.
Be
for
careful with
guy
the
who-
running, man. Your knees.
Yeah, there's something to be worried about. Thank you
Was that
for the kind
Schwarzenegger,
people
Running Man, or which was it?
who
That is his movie, The Running Man.
who supported who supported the channel. Thank you, Tesla Johnson, my listening library, and to Adriel for being so kind as to support us with super chats. If you haven't done so already, if you've enjoyed this content so far, hit the follow button. Hit the follow button right now. No matter what platform you're on, be a part of this. Love to have you again. Come back to the channel. We have a lot of good, we have a lot of fun times here. We got great people. We got great guests who can be quite entertaining, especially when they're pissed off at each other. And I find it even better when they're not pissed off at me in particular, right? No one yelled at me, and Prime loves
Right, you didn't have to even mute anybody to defend yourself.
exactly. All right, that's the only way I can. I have an advantage, and I'll press it every time.
Get that monopoly on force, buddy.
That's right.
You guys all
It
believe in
is his
forced
private
doctrine now, by the
property,
way?
and we're engaged in a
Man kept
voluntary.
dreams.
Does anybody not believe in force doctrine now?
I don't know what force
I'm
doctrine
not
is. I'm sorry.
sure what that is, but
That's Andrew Will. Well,
you'll have to pay me
associated
$5 to
currently
hear
with
about
Andrew
it.
Wilson.
It's
Yeah,
a
Stupid thing.
but yeah, sorry, I'm just I'm unaware of that. But anyway, thank you all. I'm going to give an outro to all our wonderful individuals. Starting with our good friend, who once again I'm giving him a hard time. Our good friend Lactoid.
So I'm channeling the spirit of JD Vance right now. Truly our savior, Lord and Savior. Before I give this outro, I'm Lactoid. You can find me on Lactoid TV. My take generally, strikes bad, union's bad. I agree with basically everything the anti-union side said. Boo, boo, boo unions. As to the particular incident, I once again, my criticism is not that it's clearly justified. My criticism is that consistently, whether it be with Mike Brown to Kyle Rittenhouse, even to Renee Good, consistently the first statement that is put out by major social media figures and recently, some of the like more, a little bit more veiled, but still bad enough statements put out by politicians, including Tim Walz, um,
And
are
Christy Nome.
very what?
And Christy Nome, right?
Sure, and Christy Nome, yes.
Okay.
But I think specifically I'm focusing on the Democrat ones here because these statements, I believe, are the kind that are going to potentially lead to riots, which is a well-known pastime for the people in Minneapolis for some fucking reason. Why does this always fucking happen here? Every fucking time, it's fucking here. And yeah, I just think that the responsible thing to do would be to wait and say, oh, there's some questions here that we don't know the answer to. I think already there's some questions that are coming up, which is, is calling this murder really accurate? Probably not, because in order for it to be murder, you would have to assume that the ICE officer knew that there was no threat and decided to shoot the guy, or didn't reasonably know there was no threat and decided to shoot the guy anyway. That seems to be somewhat unlikely based on the footage. There's a whole bunch of things that we just don't know yet, and I think it's important to do the responsible thing and not just call ICE murderers and demand mass action, which, I mean, by some of the definitions, including the Colorado Appeals Court, would potentially be insurrection, right? Let's not forget all the definitions of insurrection that were flying around the time of January 6th, including some legal definitions, including some definitions presented by some people in our very space. Under these definitions, what these protesters are doing would technically fall under insurrection. And I wouldn't want you guys to be insurrecting now, would I? So
Is that an active verb now?
Insurrecting.
that is a
I was just gonna let that roll.
I mean, I don't know. Fucking the
It is.
lawyer vocab always wins.
insurrecting.
Yeah, I'll just say this, and you don't have to respond or anything, but just that, I think it's fair what the pushback our friend Lactoid is giving us, and that, like, what is the actual definition of murder? He knows that. What is the actual definition of manslaughter? He knows that. But we can acknowledge that the public doesn't know that. And so when they just say murder, right, they're just saying an unlawful killing. But yeah, so we'll leave it there. But thank you so much, friend. Let's go to Scott.
Oh, yeah. I remain unconvinced by any of the arguments here because I am always right. Even in the past when I was wrong, I was right then because I was a position of evolving into my ultimate form of rightness. Yeah, fuck ICE. I also don't have suicidal empathy for, like, protesting socialists that their only reason to dislike ICE is because the media has told them how bad it is, but in reality, they could give a fuck about the tragedies of the world. They really just know that they want to be on the quote-unquote right side of history, and part of being on the right side of history is bleeding the middle class to death with ever-increased welfare and socialism that is tearing the country apart. In terms of Alec, Pretty, I think is it Alex or Alec? I thought it was Alec, but people keep saying Alex.
It's Alex. Alex Pretty.
Okay, like
A-L-E-X.
Russian, Polish or something.
Pretti.
No, I got the pretty part. Anyways, never mind.
Is
It
Alex,
doesn't
are
matter.
you really asking me if Alex is Polish? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I don't fucking know either. Anyways, I had a weird look to him. I don't know what to tell you.
We have an Alex right here.
I do think in his actions in that moment, I think they were, as so far as we can tell right now, both heroic and kind of stupid. Right? I think we can all acknowledge that it is, like, probably a good thing to step in between jackbooted thugs, abusing a woman that was completely unnecessary, and also really fucking dumb to do that, right? Like, I mean, like, it's something's wrong with your self-preservation instinct if you're, like, stepping in between in a situation like that. But nevertheless, seemed like all in all probably a good guy for that. Even if his politics were one of, my enemy. And then lastly, I'll just answer your question, Grid. Does anyone here not believe in force doctrine? Yeah, I've never believed in force doctrine. I've always thought it was silly. Because I do believe that rights are something that can be objectively seen through logic, and that they do exist. And, when Andrew Wilson was first, kind of experimenting with this argument of, force doctrine in debates, I told him something that he, sometimes says now, which is, might doesn't make right, but it does make reality, which is contradictory to his force doctrine thing. And he kind of says them both, which is also kind of contradictory to the concept that God has commandments, and thus God is telling you, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal. So it's like 3 fun contradictions in his philosophy that I think he just kind of picks and chooses based upon the debate he has, because he's talking to socialists that don't have any consistency anyways. So it's kind of easy to do. But yeah, no, obviously I don't agree. Any libertarian worth their salt wouldn't agree with force doctrine that rights and laws are things we just arbitrarily made up and are then imposed by those with power. No, I think they can be objectively discovered through logic, through argumentation ethics, starting all the way from existence exists. But that doesn't change the reality that like power matters, and
Source.
you can talk about your rights all you want, but
Did
at
he
the
just
other
say
end
source?
of a gun. Yeah, he did. So I'll answer that question on force doctrine. It was fun. You can find me on Fabian Liberty. Just Google Fabian Liberty, you'll find me.
I do like that that line you have. Might doesn't make right, but does make reality. I've heard you say it before. Did you come up with that, my friend?
I think he was quoting Andrew, or maybe I don't
No.
No.
Andrew Wilson has said similar things, and Jim Bob has said similar things after debates with me.
Yeah.
Sure, but he doesn't have a trademark because that's not real.
He doesn't have a
IP.
trademark like this.
Yeah, use it. It's a good line. Use it. Just don't use it in conjunction with contradictory nonsense like force doctrine or believing in the Christian faith.
So I was just wondering, but did you come up with that? If I want to give you credit, if I feel like it, because I don't have
and royalty.
Yeah, no, I came up.
Give anybody credit for anything.
Okay.
The idea originated in my head. It's probably parallel thinking. I highly doubt that someone hasn't said something that cheeky as long as the fucking English language has been around. You know what
I've
I mean?
always heard that might not always make right, but might does make.
Yeah, might makes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard. So.
And I've heard
That's
something similar to
good.
that before in the past, and I just changed it to might doesn't make right, might makes reality.
Okay. There's no IP, so I created that. That's my thing.
Go
Let's go.
Well, that would be fraud. Lying about being the creator of something would be fraud, right?
Yeah. Let's go to our friend Corey.
As always, an interesting and entertaining conversation. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. And still think on average unions are largely good, although I don't think every union is good. I'm still sort of go back and forth on teacher unions and all that stuff. But yeah, and one last thing, maybe to correct the record, or rather, so going back like 2 hours now, but I think it's important to say where I think Lactoid looked up the wrong information about quinoa and used cooked quinoa as opposed to uncooked or raw, where the uncooked or raw.
Are you eating bowls of uncooked quinoa? You fucking psycho!
Absolutely.
Savage.
Because I knew my memory was not that faulty.
Damn,
Where
he was
that 4
cooked, not
grams
quinoa.
per 100 grams is totally seems.
I concede completely that it is
Wait, how much
absolutely
protein
your
for
honest
uncooked?
opinion that it is not easy. That it is
14
absolutely as easier to get fucking
14
plant-based protein, because to
14
you'll just straight wolf down raw quinoa.
Well, no, I never said. I said raw or soaked. 14 grams per 100 grams. As in about 14%.
Which is less than half of that of chicken, correct?
Depending on if you talk about chicken breast or chicken thigh, but
Chicken breast.
I think 100 grams of chicken breast is around 20 grams of protein.
Oh, it's more than 30.
Yeah, it could be more than 30. I haven't.
It's the most protein dense thing there is, other than like Parmesan cheese. But if you eat a brick of Parmesan cheese, I got news for you. You need help. Or
I don't disagree with that.
Raw quinoa.
I'm sorry that I spread misinformation by referring to cooked quinoa instead of raw quinoa.
My bad.
Wait,
Yeah,
That's the
dude.
worst thing
Why would
Yes,
you
yes,
assume he cooked his food?
Because F1. No. See, this I would say demonstrates your ignorance. You can eat, as in you can put it in salad. This is one of the most common ways to eat quinoa is to soak it overnight and then eat it, just like lentils.
No, I'm fat. I'm putting a bunch of butter on it. Like,
No, I'm aware.
Damn
Yeah.
right. You know
you know what I mean? Then it tastes good.
Like
But I'm
RK
allergic
told
to
me.
quinoa, so
a great philosopher once says, "More butter, more better." All
True,
right?
very wise.
Love
Mean
that.
Especially as a father.
Let's go to our friend Grid. Grid, thanks for joining us and giving your opinions.
Yeah, it's been an interesting evening. I don't really want to tread back over all the ground that we've already tread over. I will just simply say that Force doctrine has been defined by a lot of different people throughout history, including Thomas Aquinas, the Chinese philosopher He, or however you pronounce his weird ass name.
Dude, your wife is Chinese. You better know how to pronounce that.
Sorry?
I said your wife is Chinese. You better know how to pronounce
I
that.
could go ask her.
Been married for a decade. You don't even know how to pronounce some names. Dog. Fucking somebody get this man Duolingo and save his marriage.
No, I don't. No. Anyway, I just think that it's a very interesting. I think it's a very interesting position that some people take regarding the force and use of force, and I'm always willing to discuss it. It's very interesting to me the links that we are going through to the leaps, twist, by all of the nonsense to either justify or to villainize the ICE agents. Do I think that they're 100% in the right? Absolutely not. I think there's a lot of procedural problems in what and I don't even think they were ICE agents. I think they were actually Border Patrol acting with ICE. And so I think there's a lot of problems with the way they handled the situation. But from a legal viewpoint, I think I'm until I see something, and I'm well aware that new evidence is coming out. We haven't even seen the body cam footage. We haven't, there's so much we don't know. So I'm perfectly willing to change my position on this later. But as it stands right now, it looks like it will be a legal, the guy legally shot. So it is not murder. I carry a gun fucking everywhere. I have a gun on me now. I'd show you, but we're on YouTube. There's guns there. There's guns there. There's guns everywhere. But the one thing I don't do when I'm carrying a gun is interact in any fucking way with law enforcement. Cops don't like people with guns. They just don't. And you are not going.
Hate competition.
Yeah, they hate the competition. And the interesting, so when we talk about Rittenhauser, you notice that the pictures of him, the video of him walking towards the police, he's got his hands up, he's yelling, "Hey, I'm armed, don't shoot me," all of that, because he knows, because he's not a fucking idiot, that some cop will look at that and get bent and want to take a shot at him. I've had an officer point their gun at me. It doesn't feel good. You should always be exceptionally careful when dealing with law enforcement, because they can shoot you. Even if they have to go to jail, that does you no fucking good if you're dead. So while I certainly admire that young man's cojones of acting with the law enforcement, I think it was ill-advised, and it could have been de-escalated at several points. It just wasn't. And other than that, I don't really have a whole lot more to say about it until I see more evidence. I think that there's so many people have. We heard Alex tonight make several incorrect comments because honestly, things are still evolving, right? Things we don't know, and I'm not willing to, unless I've actually seen it. I'm not willing to talk about it. I don't know that the gun fired, right? I don't know that. I've heard people say it. I've heard people explain to me how it all looks. I don't know that there was a gunshot. I don't know where that gunshot came from, the first one. And until we know that, I'm unwilling to commit to any specific thing other than, as it appears right now, this is a legal but very messy and very problematic shooting. So that's it.
Thanks so much. Okay, let's go to our friend Alex. Alex, thank you for joining us and coming in. We haven't had you here in at least a long time, or I don't know,
very long time. Very long time. So first things first, Prime, thank you so much for having me, and I want to thank the panel. It's been a very interesting. Great, it's always fun button heads with you. Even if we don't agree, it's always fun button heads with you. It's all in good fun. So, but
sorry, I muted myself. I don't have anything personally against you.
No. No. I don't take it personally.
Certainly
It's just-
don't take anything that I
No,
say
no.
personally.
No, of course not. No. It's all in good fun. So, but anyway, so kind of going back to like everything we talked about, I'm not going to talk about, cooking with prime Ks. That was in absolute insanity. Like talking about quinoa and lentils for like, that was crazy. But anyway, when it comes down to the topic of like, workers' rights and things like that, it's very, very important that we have these conversations because workers' rights are very essential. If you don't take care of your workers, you don't pay them a good wage, it wasn't Bernie Sanders that said that. It was actually Theodore Roosevelt talks about like how you have to take care of your workers, making sure that they have good, adequate healthcare coverage. So that's number one thing.
Which commie was that?
It was Theodore Roosevelt.
That commie. Got it.
Yeah, he's not a commie, but anyway. So last bit. So anyway,
I love Scott. I gotta be honest. I really want to dislike Scott sometimes, but you just can't.
But anyway, kind of going back into it. So even though I'm sure Scott has good intentions, he's living off in fucking La La Land, ANCAP, oh fucking sunshine and rainbows. When the world collapses, we're gonna rebuild it after I roll out of fucking bed and eat my butter and steak and shit like that. It's all fucking fine and dandy.
He's prepping.
Because he's definitely gonna rebuild the world with his little. I think it's gonna look like that background, possibly. I don't know. It's possible. But until then, I can't actually take seriously into a hypothetical scenario that does not exist because he couldn't even answer what healthcare system has complete free market systems because they don't fucking exist. Because we are the only country out here that actually has mixed market and where people say private insurance or private healthcare is better, even though every other first world nation across the world proves it. Anyway, fine. Okay, but every other first world nation seems to have that figured out, but we can't seem to figure it out. It's because we're fucking idiots, honestly, because our country is filled with morons. We can't get out of our own way, so it's going to stay that way. We're going to remain to be the most unhealthy nation. We're going to remain to be the healthcare, where healthcare is the worst in this country of any first world nation. When it comes down to the killing, of what happened, the killing of, Alex Preddy, I'll put it to you like this. It's incredible how a guy like Alex Preddy, him and I have the same frame. It takes 6 to 8 guys to take him down when you can literally see bouncers at a bar manage to handle people the same size with no issue and people don't end up dead that way. But yet a bunch of, idiots, a bunch of mongrels basically can't seem to figure out how to tackle. They can't seem to tangle and how to hold somebody together without killing somebody. And the thing is, there is a track record of law enforcement doing these things, and then they just kind of get off scot-free because of things like qualified immunity. But DHS has absolute immunity given by Stephen Miller and JD Vance, which is dangerous. You don't want to give any law enforcement absolute complete immunity. Why? Because that basically means they can do things that are against the law, which they are already doing things that are against the law. They're racially profiling people against the law. It goes against, and they're also entering door to door into people's houses. Can't do that. You can't without a warrant, essentially. But they're already breaking the law. But why not? We're living in the times of Donald J. Trump, which anything can happen as long as he says is perfectly fine and acceptable. And I could talk about this all day, but I'm going to yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much, Prime, for this great evening.
Absolutely. Okay, 2 things. One, I'm going to as well. I'm going to steal ice mongrels, right? That's going to be a new thing of mine. Thank you. I'm going to steal 2 things of Alex's, right? Because the next time I want to disparage, disregard, ignore our friend Scott, I'm going to be like, what the fuck is he going to do with his butter and his beef?
Just to be clear, ice
some of the few things I can fucking eat.
Just to be clear, they can.
But nobody can racially profile.
Kavanaugh stops, right?
Okay.
Ice can. Yeah.
No, ice can.
Socrates knows. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ice can do what?
Ice
can racially profile.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, they're allowed, unfortunately. Yeah.
Even though it's against the law, but okay.
No, it's not.
Yeah, they can
literally they won.
Said they
the
can.
Obama
administration won that court case.
Yeah, they can racially profile even off-duty police officers. That's fantastic. I'm so glad that we live in a country right now where, maybe because, guess what? Maybe every single Christian, because they commit the most sexual assault, we should just profile all Christians as pedophiles, right? I mean, that seems to be the standard.
Do they?
Well, most Christians, Catholics.
Do you really want to get into that game? Because we could start talking about profiling gay people. Do you think we
Let's-
should profile gay people for being child molesters
Well,
since
hold
they
on.
have a
We're on-
higher
we're on
rate of it?
Twitch. We're on Twitch. Okay. The
Yeah,
Christian stuff,
yeah.
yes, but not the gay stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. We can attack whites and we
right,
can
right.
attack the Christians. We got to be careful about attacking the protected people from the
Can we
from
profile
logic.
the
Right? We don't want
cousin
the gays
Thank
or
you,
the
Scott.
blacks or any of those people to
What?
engage in logic, man.
Oh,
That'd be
my God.
scary. Twitch don't like that.
Is
Let's
it
go.
profiling the cousin fuckers to talk about that?
Let's
We're
go
talking about the
to-
Muslims or the Alabama people? Because I think
Oh, boy.
I think
Let's
the
go to
the rates are
our
higher in the
Alabama
Muslim
people.
community.
Roll Tide, Alabama.
Socrates. Socrates, thank you for coming through. You are always entertaining. I love to see how you argue. I love the angles you come from. You're really fun to engage with all the time. So thanks for being here, friend.
Thank you so much, Prime. Really appreciate you making time for this panel. This very important topic. I mean, don't let anybody shake what you're seeing with your own two eyes, right? When we're talking about policy, Nixon wanted to make his main policy universal healthcare. He wanted that to be his flagship policy. Didn't end up going forward, but that's what he wanted to push for. Reagan was talking about how we need to have a path to citizenship. George W. Bush was talking about how we need to have respect for immigrants, even undocumented immigrants in our nation. So these kind of lashing out from this administration, this regime, it's not a sign of strength. It's a sign of weakness. They're trying to distance from what they're doing with respect to blowing up the deficit, giving all their money away to the donors, trying to distract from the Epstein files. That's what all these news cycles are for. He said that he was going to attack the enemy within, which includes leftists, anybody who didn't vote for him, blue cities like Minneapolis, like Boston, like New York City, like Detroit, places that are shining examples of communities that are diverse, that live together, that are economic centers, that show as a demonstrable proof that we don't have to be afraid of people who look different, of people who sound different. It can be scary times right now. Make sure to spend some time with community, not just with scary stuff on social media or people who are going to tell you that nothing you can do can be worthwhile. Minneapolis is standing together and they're striking and they're chanting and they're doing community aid. You can help them out. Standwithminnesota.com. You can find a lot of ways to help them, and most importantly, to learn from them. Because if you're in a blue city, a blue state, ICE is going to be coming for you, not to spread fear or anything like that, but they've stated that they want to come after everybody. In my city, we're finding out that they're getting a lot more vehicles delivered, so they can start doing a lot more raids. And it's 100% true that the people who are standing up now are largely people who are not standing up when Obama's ICE was deporting a record number of immigrants who are black and brown, but they weren't attacking citizens. They weren't attacking white people. It's true. These are all things that have been going on outside of the nation and within the nation to people who look different. And now that when it was Renee Good, there were a lot of people who were saying, okay, but she's a woman, she's a lesbian, couldn't happen to me. And then they see with Alex Preddy, oh shit, he's a nurse, he works at the VA, he spends every day helping veterans, he's a man, he's a guy who is carrying a concealed carry with a permit. That could be me. And we see now more than 50% of people who have an opinion saying that they want to abolish ICE. We have the administration, the regime, saying, lockjaw Bovino, we're actually getting rid of you. We see Kristi Noem backtracking on the statements about Preddy being a terrorist and saying, okay, actually, maybe these weren't so great. We're going to look into these things. So all of their bravado, all of their threats, all of their violence, these are the reactions of a very weak administration. They have a lot of power, but they have a lot of instability. And don't make it easy for them. Even if they're not following the law, make them break the law more and more explicitly, because that shows a lot more people how nakedly they want to push for total authoritarian control. And the truth is that we can fight back, and there's a hell of a lot more of us than there are of them. Find people in your community, talk to 15 of your neighbors, and you'll be ready when ICE comes. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much. And we didn't really get to talk about it here, but it's been talked about plenty of times when we bring up immigration. But one day I do want to like tackle the Obama situation like more forcefully, right? Like, I mean, you know what timing I'm on. Fuck Obama, right? There's just been a lot of talk about that in terms of like, you know, conservatives and like liberal hypocrisy, and there's always plenty of liberal hypocrisy. But I do want to tackle that head on at some point in time. Anyway, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much, everyone. I am going to raid out to a woman. Her tags are girl, English, findom, mommy,
Oh God.
boobas, and English.
Double English.
Twice.
Oh,
Twice
God.
over.
It's twice actually. Yeah, I actually noticed that twice. But yeah, we're gonna give her a try.
It's crazy that like we have like explicit whores on the internet that are celebrated.
my
That's so crazy.
but okay, this is the second time. This is the second time I just tried it. That a channel won't let me raid them. I think they got protections. I got like maybe only.
Yeah,
their
some people
friends.
can make it to where they can't be rated.
Yeah. Okay. all
I get a
right.
lot
If you're a
of hate raids.
fandom channel, like that's probably a good idea.
Okay, we're gonna try another one. One of her tags is e-girl, and another one is feet. All right, let's see if this one works.
One feet or two feet?
Tags.
Tags.
Feet. Feet. One feet. Okay, it looks like it can go through, so we're just waiting for that to happen. But thanks everyone for coming through. This was a lot of fun. We'll be back. We'll do more of this, and off you go. All right.
Well,
There you go.
Thanks everyone.
I was just curious, Socrates, are you able to name one person? Because you said many people were saying that because Renee Good was a woman and a lesbian, it couldn't be me. Are you able to identify just one?